It's still 15:39, so that will continue to rise to 15:99 effort there. That has to be by a mere 1 centimeter. Any academy competition by graces of 15:45 and 92. Let's go, Antonio! Turn me up, boy! And next on the runway in the triple jump will be the man who's third in the competition at 15.71 meters. That is Trayvon Ferguson of Pittsburgh State. He's got the deep approach, so he is cleared by the other pit. We'll get him going here in just a moment as you see the first running final of the day starting to walk towards the start line. That is going to be the men's 4x100 meter relay.
And welcome back to Emporia, Kansas. We are here at Zola Witten Track at Welch Stadium on the campus of Emporia State University. We are just about ready to begin our finals on the track. We've had some completion of our morning field events and do have 4 field events underway at this time, with another one just getting ready to start in a few minutes this afternoon. So we'll try and keep you up to date with all those field events as we now get ready for the first of 10 event finals on the track, 10 for the men, 10 for the women. And as always, we begin with a relay and we end with a relay. So here on your screen now you see our men's 4x100 meter relay finalists setting their blocks. Events ran in preliminaries, qualified on Thursday and Friday, and these 4x100 meter relays, they qualified to begin our afternoon competition on Thursday and are now ready to compete in the finals. Our lane assignments there you see in lane 1, that'll be Grand Valley State. They'll be on the inside, the team with Passarelli, Walper, Pizzuco, and Rhodes. In lane 2, Alabama Huntsville with McLean, Gizzi, Rodriguez, and Campbell scheduled to run. Pitt State, our 2-time defending team champion, looking to make a push in the standings. They are in lane 3, scheduled to run Braylon Thompson, DePriest Hogans, Dakari Charlton, and Xavier Carmichael. In lane 4 will be Central Missouri with a team of Kerr, McLaughlin, Chard, and Lay. In lane 5, we've got our defending champions in the 4x100. They've got 2 athletes back on the team this year, and they have the second or third fastest qualifying time. They expect to see us with Jace Lynch, Jerry Jokpa, Jeremiah Lauzon, and Isaac Batzio. In lane 6, Northwest Missouri, scheduled to run Sedlak, DeSantos, Monday, and Cavagna. In lane 7, we'll see Albany State with Hutchinson, Moore, Smith, and Gilbert. And then in lane 8, it is the interesting team there. You've got Minnesota State in 8, scheduled to run Sharma, Reeves, Tootie, and Miller. Miller is currently triple jumping. In our men's triple jump, we are just through the second flight. Shamar Miller is currently sitting in second place in the triple jump overall at 15 meters 98. So he's in second. That does look like that he is out there in lane 8, setting his mark. So if we do see Miller out there in lane 8 for Minnesota State, he will run this 100-meter anchor and then run right back to the triple jump to take place in the finals. So the timing may have worked out just perfectly for Miller. He's gotten his first 3 jumps in. There will be a short break while the finalists are determined, and he, of course, will be able to run this 100 meters and then return to the track. PA announcer just running through his introductions. We are just about a minute away from this men's 4x100 meter relays. Here in Emporia, Kansas, this is the fourth time the Division II national meet has been held here in Emporia, Kansas. Last year we were in Pueblo, Colorado at altitude. So this year it's come down. We're not at sea level here in Emporia, but it is only about 1,100 feet as opposed to Pueblo, Colorado, which is about 4,500 feet. So the athletes appreciating that, at least our distance runners. It is hot and somewhat muggy. Talking to one of the distance runners earlier, she said Thursday was the worst day for the humidity, not so bad yesterday or today. But the gun is now up, so we are ready. We've got Grand Valley State, Alabama Huntsville, Pittsburgh State, Central Missouri, West Texas A&M, Northwest Missouri State, Albany State, and Minnesota State on the outside. Defending champions are West Texas A&M in lane 5. So until they are beaten, they are the team to watch. Again, the new protocols, the athletes are at their marks for a long time. But there is the gun and a clean start. And the stagger looking just about even as the first leg hands off. West Texas A&M in the middle of the track out very quickly, along with Northwest Missouri State. This is where we'll see who is going to be in the lead as they run off that north curve. That's Northwest Missouri State in the white on green. They are in lane 6, and they are going to be first off the curve. Here comes West Texas A&M, and then inside of them are Central Missouri and West Texas A&M. And from this angle, it's a photo finish. I say Central Missouri may have taken it, but we'll see what the timing system comes up with. And no, it's West Texas A&M. They will. Central Missouri just a 100th second off that, so the Mules will take the silver at 39:43. And you can see, just as long as it takes for these results to populate, that means they are that close on the track. And they are checking to the 1,000th to make sure that we do get this accurate. So Northwest Missouri first off the curve, but they can't hold that down the stretch, but they do hang on for the bronze. Albany State will be 4th. Pittsburgh State will be 5th, so that will add to their team total as they move up in the team standings. They came into this race sitting in 8th position and are as they make their run on this day. You can see there how close this was at the finish line. Just 1,000th of a second. Making the difference there, but that is a repeat, back-to-back state national 4x1 champions, West Texas A&M. And we will see some of those athletes competing later in the finals of the 100 and 200 meters. And Minnesota State's finishing in 6th place, so it will be a podium finish for Minnesota State and Shamar Miller. And we now see that he is making his way back over to the triple jump competition, where he will have 3 jumps remaining in that competition.
7 men over the bar here at 5:10. We have 4 athletes taking third attempt here, looking for a clearance again at 16 feet 8 3/4 of an inch.
And looking back at the men's triple jump now, we are just about ready to start the finals. The runway is clear, so this is and it looks like we are still in the warm-up session. Tough to tell there where the officials, they are sitting ready to go, but no mark there, so we are still in the warm-up stages. Again, we mentioned Shamar Miller of Minnesota State. He's currently in 2nd at 15:98. Our leader is Trey Betts from Pittsburgh State. He has 15.99. So triple jump competition very, very close. You do have Betts in first, Miller in second. Trayvon Ferguson of Pitt State is currently third. So again, Pitt State looking to make up some major points in the standings today with multiple athletes in multiple events. Our men's pole vault competition, again, the bar is still at 5 meters 10. We now have 7 vaulters over 5'10", but we do still have 4 vaulters left with opportunities and their third attempt at 5 meters 10. Our javelin competition, always traditionally an end of the meet Saturday event. Many of our athletes, they've already thrown the shot put, discus, hammer throw. And as we take a look at the javelin earlier today, there's going to be one result that is possibly the most talked about field event, although we've had some fantastic performances along the way. But Jordan Davis, if you don't know that name in track and field, you will do so soon. He's from Southern Connecticut State, and he came in ranked in one of the top javelin throwers in the world. Well, today he threw a personal best. He broke the facility record. He broke the Division II record. He threw 84 meters 45. That is 277 feet even in the javelin. That is the #1 mark in the United States right now this year, and that is the number 10 mark in the world. So, a fantastic performance there from Jordan Davis of Southern Connecticut State. And that gives us a good opportunity to remind all of our fans that for some athletes, yes, the national championships is the last meet of the season, but many of these athletes hoping to continue their seasons competing internationally, representing their country. The USA Track and Field Under 20 Championships, they are coming up soon. They are June 12th and 13th in Eugene, Oregon. The Olympic trials for the United States Track and Field team, they'll be held June 21st through 30th, also in Eugene. The Olympics this year, Paris hosting on the 100th anniversary of the 1924 Olympics, which many of us know a little bit more about the 1924 Olympics thanks to the movie Chariots of Fire, the Oscar-winning picture depicting the fortunes of British athletes in the 1924 Olympics. Well, in 2024, the Olympics are back in Paris, and they begin on July 24th. The track and field, or the athletics portion of the Olympics this year, August 1st through 11th. So definitely some athletes here competing today and competing across the country in different divisions, looking to continue their careers, or at least their seasons, in international competition. Now we do see the women getting ready for their 4x100 meter relay. Again, women did qualify on Thursday, and here are your teams who made the finals. Saginaw Valley will be in lane 1, scheduled to run Thielen, Olszewska, DeBosk, and Cheyenne Nesbitt, scheduled to be on the anchor leg down there, and that does look like she may be there. She was our heptathlete champion, and you know that name. Formerly Cheyenne Williamson, Cheyenne Nesbitt, a 4-time heptathlon champion. She will be anchoring for Saginaw Valley in lane 1. In lane 2, we see Findlay with a team of Smith, Ivory, Ray, and Taylor. Azusa Pacific will be in lane 3, leading off, scheduled to be Nicole Warwick. You know Nicole Warwick from championships in the long jump and triple jump, and she is also a heptathlete. She did not compete in the heptathlon this championships, but does have a good mark. She'll be leading off for Azusa Pacific along with Holmes, Williams, and Miller. Pitt State is in the middle of the track. They are our current team leaders, so they are trying to hang on and pick up some more points in this 4x1 relay. Blakely Wynn, Tanaya Looney, Jemiah Morgan, and DeAndronique Gaines scheduled to run for Pitt State. Fresno Pacific is in lane 5 with a team of Chance, Green, Copeland, and Vera. In lane 6, Lenore Rhine. They are scheduled to run Jones, Aranciola, Cone, and Brown. Academy of Art will be in lane 7 with a team of Urega, James, Lindsay, and Cornett. And in the outside for the women as well, it'll be Minnesota State. Minnesota State scheduled to run Adea Brewster, Denisha Cartwright, Rose Kramer, and Tiwananik Morton as the anchor leg for Minnesota State. And you heard that second name there, Denisha Cartwright, finishing up a long and illustrious career here at the Division II National Championships. We'll see her in some of the individual events, of course, those 100-meter hurdles coming up, but she is scheduled to be on our second leg of this 4x1, and that does look like her over on the far side of the track. So just about ready, the officials waiting for the exact minute of competition, and the gun is now up. And more adjustments, the gun is not up anymore. You can see the athletes patiently waiting at their blocks. There's some new mechanics in the last year or so with officials, and so it does feel a little bit like the starts are taking a little bit longer, but this time they were just adjusting the sound system so that all the athletes can hear. And you hear as they are taking their marks now. Again, it's Saginaw Valley in 1, Findlay in 2, Azusa Pacific in 3, Pitt State in 4, Fresno Pacific in 5, Lenore-Rhine in 6, Academy of Art in 7, and Minnesota State in lane 8. And a clean start, all even on the first curve. Maybe Fresno Pacific out well, and Lenore-Rhine on the outside in the white. But now as we run down the backstretch, you do see, oh, we did lose Minnesota State, so a bungled handoff. That is where the outside team is. On the inside, then, this is lane 6. That's Lenore-Rhine. They'll be first off the curve. Here comes Pitt State on the inside, Fresno Pacific. And in lane 6, Lenore-Rhine. Photo finish. Again, we're in the middle of the track, so we can't see that finish line straight on, but it is going to be Lenore-Rhine. It looked like Lenore-Rhine might come back strong. 44-21. Pitt State will be second, 44-27, and Fresno Pacific will fall to bronze, but they will get the bronze at 44-40. So again, a tight finish across the line there. Nobody is running to qualify as they have in the previous days. They are laying it all out there on the track, and you can see that that pays off for Lenore-Rhine. Scheduled to be that team was Melody Jones leading off, Victoria Aranciola running second. Holly Cohn ran a great third leg and handed off to Alexis Brown, the sophomore. She is our top athlete in the 100 meters coming up soon, so no surprise that Alexis Brown of Lenore-Rhine was able to run down the field, and she came from down on the track. Gold medal for those 4 athletes and their coach. Very happy from Lenore-Rhine. They are the 4x100 meter relay champions.
Following him in the rotation, the senior from Slipper Rock, the PSAC champion in the shot with a season best effort of 17.59 meters. That is Joshua Goes. In the 4th slot in the rotation, the junior from Pittsburgh State, a 3-time qualifier in this event, number 6 all time for the Gorillas, Cole Sample.
Current track time is now 2:12, so the field just a little bit spread out today on the schedule. This is an opportunity in the schedule. They'll be introducing the men's shot put finalists at this time, and that does mean there's just a little break on the track. Our next event will be the men's 1500. So we're going to take a quick break here, then we'll come back and give you some up-to-date field events They're introducing the men's shot put. That's the final field event getting underway. We've done our 4x100 meter relays. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the men's 1500. That's scheduled for a 2:25 Central Time Zone start. Emporia, Kansas. We are on the campus of Emporia State University. We are here for our 2024 Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. It is a beautiful day here. The temperature up now to about 81, 82 degrees. Sunshine and just enough breeze to keep us cool, but not enough to really affect any results on the track. You are looking at our men's triple jump competition. We are now in the finals. And on the runway there you see Zach Buchhold of Colorado Mesa. He is currently in 9th place. This is our second jump in the finals, so their 5th jump overall. You can see asking for a little crowd support there. Quite a good crowd here at Welch Stadium. And they will see Colorado Mesa Zach Buchhold here, his 5th jump overall. He's currently in 9th place. Just made the finals with his mark of 15:23. He did improve in the finals. He's at 15:30 right now. And on the podium there you see the results of our men's 4x100 meter relay. That was the first final event of the day. Northwest Missouri took 3rd. Central Missouri placed 2nd. They were coming fast, but a facility record for the team in the center there, West Texas A&M. Team of Jace Lynch, Jerry Jakpa, Jeremiah Lazon, and Isaac Butzio. They run 39:42. West Texas A&M, your 2-time now 4x100 meter relay champions. 2 of the 4 are back, and you can see raising those championship awards with pride. Our first running event of the day, and we have handed out our first medals of the day. Back to that men's triple jump competition. Buchhold's last jump 15:10, so no improvement. Our leader in this men's triple jump competition is Trey Betts of Pittsburgh State, the junior with a mark of 15 meters 99. Shamar Miller of Minnesota State, he is 2nd at 15:98. And Trayvon Ferguson of Pitt State, he's 3rd in the tables right now at 15:71. On the runway you just see there, that's Miller Jones. He's also from Colorado Mesa. So the Mavericks with 2 jumpers in the finals. They are currently 9th and 6th overall. Miller Jones, just the freshman at Colorado Mesa. His first jump of the day was 15:52. That was his best. You just saw his 5th jump today. That's 15 meters 28, so no improvement. Next up on the runway will be Rajon Ricketts from Benedict. He's got a personal best today, 15 meters 69. He is currently in 5th place in this men's triple jump. Jumpers are running from south to north. This is the direction the wind was blowing on Thursday. We did turn it around yesterday, and all of our events went from north to south. But today on final Saturday, everything again going from south to north. And that is a clean jump for Ricketts from Benedict, the sophomore, currently in 5th place at 15 meters 69. He'll need to improve by 2 centimeters. 15:71 is currently actually tied for 3rd and 4th. So we'll see if Ricketts can do that, and no improvement, just close in 15:60. So consistency here in the finals. In 4th place right now, Yakuba Gnako of Academy of Art. He has 1 clean jump today. It was 15 meters 71. He has fouled on his other 3 attempts. So this will be his 5th attempt on the track here in this men's triple jump. And a bit of a wobbly finish there as he went off the straight. So we'll keep you up to date on this men's triple jump, but we're going to be back to the track now. It is time for the men's 1500, and the men are out there on the southeast portion of the facility. You see them just about to get their final instructions. Again, they did have to qualify for this 1500, so the finalists lining up today from the inside out. We should see Jagger Zlotoff from UCCS, Dylan Sprecher from Pittsburgh State, Simon Kaladi, he was fourth last year, the junior from Western Colorado, Dominic Suleiman from Saginaw Valley, Patrick Lyell from Grand Valley State, Roberto Fajardo from Lee, Luca Poppy from Wingate, Caleb Footer from Grand Valley State, the senior. He won the indoor mile this year, so now trying to duplicate that feat here in the outdoor 1500. We also will be seeing West Texas A&M's Aziz Mohammed, Mississippi College's Cole Benoit, from Pittsburgh State Mason Strader, and from Azusa Pacific Juan Diego Castro. And we can hear the public address announcers introducing the athletes there that you see in this men's 1500.
Record 336 held by Christian Noble, the former Lee athlete. Your field here in the men's 1500 will take them.
It has been just under 48 hours from them to qualify on Thursday. A big shift for many of our athletes as they move from the high school to the collegiate and then hopefully into the professional ranks, learning how to run in rounds. And professional athletes, if you make the Olympic trials or you are in the Olympics, they'll run 3 rounds of the 1500 before they can get to the finals. A little bit of a stumble there in the beginning, but nothing the officials see worthy of a recall. And so we are just under 4 laps around the track in this men's 1500, and you can see it is not going to be a strategic race. That is Caleb Footer making his way to the front quickly, and a very fast pace with the pack to follow. So you, again, in the middle of the trio there, you see Caleb Footer. He won the indoor mile with much tighter curves, and so the positioning on the track much more important than the indoors. But in this 1500, they have a bit more room to stretch out. Aziz Mohammed of West Texas A&M there on the outside wearing hip number 9. But still a very tight pack in qualifying. Fastest time was 3:51. The slowest time was 3:53. So all of these athletes experienced, knowing what they were doing just to run this event and advance to the finals. And although it started quickly, it does look like the pace has now slowed down just a little bit as they are packed up. Generally, you know that the tighter the pack, the slower the pace. And then we wait to see which athlete is going to be the one that is not confident enough in their finish or wants to run the legs out of the rest of the competition. So we see quite a battle there up at the front. Very tightly packed here. Aziz Mohammed of West Texas and A&M still seems to be the pace setter, and then that is Roberto Fajardo of Lee. He's on the outside. He is going to be the first to cross the line with 2 laps to go. 1:54 on the clock with 2 laps to go. So in this 1500, we are in our final 800 meters, and we all know what's going through the minds of each of the athletes on the track. They are waiting to spring. Nobody is going to leave this to the final 100-meter sprint. It is just how soon do they want to go. Just over 600 meters now remaining, and no one has made the charge yet, but you'll see some jockeying for position. You do not want to be on the inside. You can see Dylan Sprecher of Pitt State there in the red on black. He is in not an enviable position of having people outside of him. Mason Strader on the inside. Sprecher on the outside for Pitt State. This is where you want to be, towards the front and on the outside. You see the bumping and the shuffling now as they come down this straightaway. Just over 400 meters to go. Lots of pushing and shoving. Let's hope no one falls, but we'll go into the bell lap right at 3:01, and now it will be a sprint. No holding back now. Still lots and lots of pushing and shoving in there. You need to be a step clear before you step in front of somebody, but you can see all it takes is you wanting to sprint, and there's nowhere to go if you are on the inside with people out next to you and in front of you. But we now have a sprint. They're 3 across with 200 meters to go, so it is still anybody's race here. Somebody's going to get wide, and somebody is going to have the full kick coming down this final stretch, but they are still 2 across with 3 right behind them. If that leader holds the curve, he's not going to let anybody through on the inside. You see him going just a little bit wide there. That's Fajardo from Lee. He's out in lane 2. He's pushed out Aziz Mohammed. Look out on the inside. It's going to be Mohammed. He was right on the rail. He stayed on the shoulder of Fajardo. Fajardo wisely came of him, but Mohammed does it. He'll run 3:54.41. Fajardo will get second, 3:54.53, and you can see that was Kaladi. Simon Kaladi, he was 4th last year from Western Colorado, so he'll move up a spot and get 3rd. The 2 Gorillas will finish 4th and 5th. So, as we mentioned at the head of the show, Pittsburgh State looking for a 3rd consecutive team title. They were 8th coming in today, but in our final events, they have scored multiple points in these races. So, Pitt State making a run in the men's competition. We'll keep those updated. They were currently, prior to this race, now up into 7th with 19 points. West Texas A&M is our leader, and those 2 teams have battled it out in the team titles last year. Pitt State winning the team title for the 2nd year in a row, or for the 1st year in a row. 62 points to West Texas A&M's 47. Pitt State also our indoor champion this year. They scored 69 points indoors. Grand Valley State 56.5. Adams State with 55. So the team points really start to change here on the final day of competition. And you see celebrating there Aziz Mohammed of West Texas A&M. He will add 10 points, but Pittsburgh State is also going to pick up points, finishing 5th and 4th. On the board there you see the women's 4x100 meter relay team. First final event today for the women. A very exciting race. Minnesota State had baton troubles on the backstretch, but they did recover, and they will finish in 8th place and pick up 1 team point and a medal, which is always better than disqualification. Saginaw Valley there finishes 7th. Findlay will be 6th. Azusa Pacific 5th. Academy of Art is 4th. Fresno Pacific is 3rd. Pittsburgh State finished strong. They took the silver, the team of Blakely Wynn, Tanaya Looney, Jemiah Morgan, and DeAndronique Gaines. And just as their names get called there, you see that team in the middle. That will be the team from Lenoir-Rhyne. The Bears with a national championship led by standout sophomore Alexis Brown. We'll see more of Alexis Brown in the sprints today. But the team of Lenoir-Rhyne, they ran 44.21, and that will be Melody Jones, Victoria Aranciola, Holly Cohn, and Alexis Brown on the corner. Back to the triple jump. You see Yakuba Gnako of the Academy Art. This is his final jump in the men's triple jump. And that looks like a pretty good mark. The white flag goes up, so it's a clean jump for Gnako. He's currently in 5th place. 15.71 on his second jump. And then he fouled two consecutive times. 14.28 on his last jump, but he will finish strong. We'll see what that mark is. And it is an improvement. It's 15 meters 75, and that will move him up from 5th into 4th position. Just 3 jumpers left now in competition. Trayvon Ferguson of Pittsburgh State will be next on the runway. He began finals in 3rd position. He has slipped to 5th right now. So he's at 15 meters 71. That was his 2nd jump. This will be his final jump of the competition for Pittsburgh State, trying to get back out of 5th place and score more team points for the Gorillas. You can see there he wants a little slow clap from the crowd, and he is getting it here from this good crowd here in Emporia State. The stands below us here in the press box looking pretty full, at least on this side here by the pole vault and triple jump competition. Trayvon Ferguson, the junior from Pittsburgh State. This is his final jump in the men's triple jump. Currently sitting in 5th position. And a clean jump. So again, he's looking to improve on 15.71. We'll just have 2 jumpers remaining. Next up on the runway will be Shamar Miller. And remember, he is coming off that 4x1. And a big improvement for Ferguson. He'll jump 15.84. That's 51.11 3/4. He will move back up into 3rd place. That's the position he started the finals in. So he falls from 3rd to 5th, but then on his jump, steps back up, and he is back into 3rd. That'll score 7 points for the Gorillas. So now we just need to see who is going to win. Will it be Betts from Pittsburgh State or Miller from Minnesota State? And you are looking at Shamar Miller, our early leader in this competition. He jumped 15.98 on his first attempt. This is his final attempt after running the anchor leg on the 4x100 meter relay for Minnesota State. So trying to improve on 15.98. And a good jump. He was a little off the board there, which will cost him some distance. Women's 1500 now at the start. Getting a little caught up in our excitement of the field events. Just 1 jumper left in the triple jump, but we are now underway with the women's 1500, and not to give them any disadvantage, but here is the field. You'll see as they are running around this first lap. We'll have Aria Hawkins from Lee, Leah Taylor from Western Colorado. She was 3rd last year. In the field is Gracie Hyde. Gracie Hyde won the steeplechase yesterday. She won the indoor mile this year at the Division II Championships. The senior from Adams State, that's Gracie Hyde. Kate Headland from UCCS. Megan Roxby from Simon Fraser. Katie Heck from Fort Lewis. Riley McGrath from the Colorado School of Mines. Claudia O'Malley from Grand Valley State. Elena Carey from Adams State. Kaylee Byer from Winona State. Deanna Launer from Adams State, and Lauren Wallace from Mississippi College, rounding out the field here. These are the 12 athletes in this women's 1500. Don't want to leave anybody hanging in that men's triple jump. Shamar Miller's final jump, 15.57. So Trey Betts of Pittsburgh State is going to win the men's triple jump. We'll give you the full rundown on that just a little bit later. But that is yet another event complete in the field. So we are down now to our final 4 events in the field, and we have 8 events remaining on the track. A strategic race here running a little bit for this women's 1500. Yesterday in that steeplechase, Gracie Hyde just took off at the gun, established a 10-yard lead around the first curve, and never looked back. She won that steeplechase by more than 100 meters on the track, so she felt very good yesterday. We'll see how she bounces back. That is her currently in 2nd place on the inside in the Adams State green. Kaylee Byer of Winona State is our leader, bringing him through a lap and 3/4, so just 2 laps to go now in this 1500. Byer of Winona State, Gracie Hyde of Adams State, Katie Heck of Fort Lewis is currently running third there. You see her there with the blonde ponytail, now on the outside of Hyde. And you see the pace picking up now just a little bit, the field starting to stretch. You see Adams State maneuvering themselves into position. You can never miss the green, the fluorescent green of Adams State, and the Grizzlies looking to duplicate their indoor team championship. Adams State always tough indoors, scored 67 points to Pitt State's 64.5 indoors. And the Lady Grizzlies trying to move up on the standings here with 3 athletes in this race, currently all in the point scoring area. But they're making their push here. This is Kaylee Byer, the senior from Winona State. She will bring them into the bell lap. That's Gracie Hyde of Adams State. She's our indoor mile champion and our steeplechase champion. She is running in second place. And also from Adams State now moving up, that is Elena Carey. So Adams State currently running second, third, and 8th. So the Grizzlies looking to score 3 positions in this 1500. There goes Gracie Hyde. She's making her move with just about 250 meters to go. Again, she led wire to wire in the steeplechase last night, and now with under 200 meters to go, she looks very strong. She does not have to run through that water jump this time, and she passes that with ease. She'll be first off the curve. Again, this is the senior from Adams State, Gracie Hyde. A very, very successful national championships for her, and she will pair yesterday's steeplechase championship, her indoor mile, and now she'll win the outdoor 1500. Hyde will win. We're going to have a race for the bronze medal. Very tight there. Strong finish for the bronze. Adams State will fall to 4th, so we'll see if that will be the winner, 4:16.80. Byer the silver at 4:20.04. That is O'Malley from Grand Valley State moving up into 3rd position. Grand Valley State currently 2nd in our team standings for the women's side, so that'll be a bonus point for them getting 3rd instead of 4th. Elena Carey of Adams State will finish 4th, 4:21.95. And Leah Taylor, she'll run a personal best, 4:23.99. That will move her up into 5th place from Western Colorado. But the winner is Gracie Hyde, and 4:16.80. That's not a personal best, but it is a facility record. So hosting the national championships always creates a big change in the facility record board. And Gracie Hyde's 4:16.80 will be a facility record. She'll win the women's 1500.
And back in the pole vault competition, we're going to reset the bar here at 5:30.
We're going to go ahead and take another quick break on the track as they set the hurdles. The next race will be the men's 110-meter hurdles. We are going to run from south to north, and while they are setting up the hurdles on the track, we'll take a quick break and be back to Emporia, Kansas. And welcome back to Emporia, Kansas. This is the 2024 NCAA Division II Track and Field Championships. You're looking at the finalists and award podium winners from the men's 1500. A very exciting race. Saw Aziz Mohammed of West Texas and A&M. He took the lead on the final lap, was passed, but then came back down the final straightaway. He wins the men's 1500 in 3:54.41. You're looking at Aziz Mohammed, the sophomore from West Texas A&M, your 1500-meter champion. And no, we won't have just one person in the hurdles, but our next race will be the men's 110-meter hurdles. So our athletes now just getting their run-throughs. They are running from south to north today. The slight breeze, we'll find out exactly what it is once we run this first race on the straightaway today. But you can see the flags blowing a little bit in the wind. We are still setting the hurdles. The athletes now getting their run-throughs together. The men's 110-meter hurdles will be first, followed by our women's 100-meter hurdles. Here are the lane assignments, and of course running from south to north. The lane 1 will be on the inside here with Everett Dilotti from the Colorado School of Mines. You can see him there getting that final stretch in as they are ready for these 110-meter hurdles. So Dilotti in 1, Dalen Williams of Pittsburgh State there, he's wearing hip number 2. He was your indoor 60-meter hurdle champion, so look for him to get out of the blocks very quickly and over the first few hurdles. Third, lane 3 is Cale Casson of Lee, Tennessee, the decathlete. So he is running his 12th event of the competition. He finished the 10-event decathlon and now running the prelims and the finals. He's in lane 3. Parker Warmick of Central Missouri State there, he'll be in lane 4. Lane 5 will be Ryan Fields of Cal Poly Pomona. Lane 6, he was 5th last year. That's Andrew Martins from Augustana in the yellow on blue. In lane 7, it'll be Savion Bush from Harding. And on the outside in lane 8, Malachi Pipkin from Missouri Southern. And you can see the athletes very relaxed there, sitting on their lane markers as the final adjustments are being made on the hurdles. No more run-throughs, and we will have our start coming up momentarily. From the inside out, Dilotti, Williams, Kaysen, Warmick, Fields, Martins, Bush, and Pipkin. As you can hear in the background, the PA introducing our finalists in the hurdles, just one of our 21 events for both the men and the women. So we are just about to the midway point of events that are final. We still have 8 more events on the track for each of the men and the women, and 2 each for the field events. But we will keep you up to date as that team scoring starts to shake out just a little bit. And all the athletes up now and standing at their blocks, which means we are just about ready for the start of this men's 110-meter hurdles. The gun is up. Fastest qualifying time in the semis, Parker Warmick of Central Missouri, the sophomore, running 13.57. The meet record in this event set just last year. If you joined us last year, you saw that fantastic athlete, Cordell Tinch of Pitt State, now running for the United States. He ran 13.21 in this meet last year. And Dalen Williams is the first to cross us here at the middle of this race. He is in lane 2, and it looks like he is going to be first across the line. That is Dalen Williams. He will match his indoor 60-meter hurdles with the 110-meter for Pitt State, and more importantly, that's another 10 points for Pitt State. As you look at the graphic here, you can see on the right, those are the team scorings, and I'm not sure if they update as the race results go live, but you can see in the men there, Pitt State currently sitting second, just 2 points off of West Texas A&M. So this 10 points helps. Warmick, the silver, 13.54, and Bush will finish in that bronze position at 13.75. That was the men's 110-meter hurdles. We're adjusting the hurdles now for our next event, which will be the women's 100-meter hurdles. Again, so as we adjust the hurdles for the women's competition, I'd like to remind everyone that last year we were in Pueblo, Colorado for the D2 National Championships. This year it's in Emporia, Kansas, so it is a little drop in altitude. Last year, Pueblo just about 4,500 feet as opposed to the 1,100 feet here in Emporia, Kansas. The next two championship sites are set. We'll go back to Pueblo next year for the 2025 National Championships, and then in 2026, the National Championship scheduled to be back here at Emporia. Speaking to their sports information director, they're excited for that. 2 years. That will mark the 5th time that Emporia State has hosted the D2 Nationals, and that will break a tie. Emporia State will have hosted the most outdoor national championships in 2026 with their 5th. He also informed me that there are plans in the motion to build an indoor track facility here off to the north and the east part of our facility, and he says that if Emporia State can get that indoor track facility built, their goal is to be the first school to host both the indoor and outdoor Division II track and field championships at the same site in the same year.
We will let our hurdle field clear through in front of the podium there, and then we will do the introduction of the top 8 performers in the recently completed men's triple jump competition.
So we're going to go back. Actually, we're looking at the high jump right now. Our high jump competition still in the early stages. The women's high jump, that clearance you just saw, that is at 1.74 meters. That's 5'8" and a half. That was Beyonce Kelly of California. That is the 3rd clearance at that height, but we still have 6 athletes competing at that height. So we'll be keeping up to date with that women's high jump as they get a little bit closer to the finals. Then now you see the award stand for that men's triple jump competition. We caught a little bit of that competition earlier in between races, but there you see the podium awards. Top 3 in the triple jump. Again, that's going to be a big jump for Pittsburgh State in the team standings. Trayvon Ferguson of Pitt State will be 3rd with a personal best 15.84. Shamar Miller, very impressive. He jumped 15.98. Went and ran the finals of the 4x100 meter relay, came back, finished 2nd at 52.5 and a quarter, and then Trey Betts just beating him by a quarter of an inch, 15.99 for Betts from Pittsburgh State. He'll be the champion by just 1/4 of an inch over Miller. So very tight jumps there. Miller jumped his on his first jump. Betts bested that on his 2nd jump, so they were in those positions for a while, but congratulations to Betts, Miller, and Ferguson, gold, silver, and bronze in that men's triple jump. And indeed, that will push Pittsburgh State into the lead. If you're following along in the team scorings, at this particular moment in time, Pittsburgh State is leading both the men's and the women's competition. So Gorillas and Gorilla fans out there watching on the live stream here, still time to get from Pittsburgh, Kansas to Emporia, Kansas, if you'd like to have a big celebration at the end if your teams can sweep both competition. You see the women now setting the blocks. It's time for the women's 100-meter hurdles, and you're going to get the opportunity to see one of the best athletes who has been competing in Division II for the last 4 seasons. And if she has a chip on her shoulder, they had a bad exchange in that 4x1 and were out of contention on the back stretch. So she did pick up an 8th place medal in the 4x1, but Minnesota State looking for a little bit of redemption here with 2 athletes scheduled in these finals. Here are your lane assignments now, starting on the inside in lane 1. That'll be Sela Nguma from Harding, the sophomore, qualifying at 13.70. In lane 2, Patrice Clark of New Mexico Highlands. In lane 3, Adia Brewster from Minnesota State. In lane 4, she is our 2-time defending champion in this event, the senior from Minnesota State, Denisha Cartwright. She'll be in lane 4. In lane 5 from Azusa Pacific, the senior, Nicole Warwick. Lane 6 from Tusculum, Teresa Green White. In lane 7 from UCCS, Missy Moraney. And on the outside, or closest to you on the screen, from Seton Hill, that is Natasha Burnett. So Another great opportunity there to see Denisha Cartwright, one of the best to ever compete in Division II. She is a 6-time gold medalist here. She's won the last 3 60-meter hurdles indoors, and she has won the last 2 100-meter hurdles outdoors. So she's looking to go 3 and 3. She also has a slew of silver and bronze medals, and 1 4x100-meter gold medal to go to her stable. So you're looking at her there in lane 5. Denisha Cartwright, her teammate Adaya Brewster just inside of her. So Minnesota State looking to make a move in the standings. They are not in the top 8 at this time, but a good opportunity to pick up 18 points in this race. Women's 100-meter hurdles now on the track. And a little shake there from lane 6, but not enough to cause a recall, but it definitely took her out of the competition. You see hurdlers in lanes 1 and 2 both go down. It's been a tough year for the hurdlers, but not for Denisha Cartwright. With ease, Denisha Cartwright will beat the field. We'll see the yellow flags up because we had a number of hurdlers go down, but you're not going to be interfered with when your name is Denisha Cartwright and you are that far ahead on the track. 12:37 for the wind is 4.2, so no chance at any records there with a 4.2 wind at her back. But Denisha Cartwright with absolutely no conversation about who is the best hurdler. That will be her 3rd consecutive 100-meter gold medal and national championship. One of the best, Denisha Cartwright. Nicole Warwick of Azusa Pacific is 2nd. Adaya Brewster of Minnesota State is 3rd. So they will pick up 17 points there for Minnesota State. Burnett of Seton Hill is 4th. Moraney of UCCS was 5th. Teresa Green-White 6th across the line. And then 2 of the hurdlers that went down early, they did get up to finish, so we'll see if there was any disqualification there. But they were all right. Patrice Clark of New Mexico Highlands and Sela Nguma of Harding, they do finish the race. The hurdles off, and that gives us just a chance to take another break. We'll be back for the 400 meters, both men and women. That's scheduled for a 3:05 start. We'll be back to Emporia. And welcome back to Emporia, Kansas. You're looking at the women's high jump here at the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Championships. That was Elena Saunders of Azusa Pacific. That was her 3rd miss at 1.77 meters. That's 5'9 3/4. We just have one athlete over the bar at this height. That's Erica Harbo of Concordia St. Paul. It does look like Cheyenne Nesbitt from Saginaw Valley, our heptathlon champion. She has one more attempt. She had 2 misses at 1.74 meters, and she has passed then, so she is still in the competition. Next up is going to be Taylor Nellums, the transfer to Pitt State. She has one more attempt at 1.77 now. And it looks like she just missed that as we were speaking, so Nellums is done. So Erica Harbo is the only athlete over 1.77, but Cheyenne Nesbitt still with another attempt, and she will decide what height she'll take that attempt. We'll move over to the women's 400. Correction, our men's 400 first, the next event on the track. Again, these athletes not only had to qualify, but we had a tie for 8th place, and we had to have a runoff on the track. And in lane 1, you see Ashwin Jude of Goldie Beacom. He had to win a runoff yesterday morning to advance to the finals. So he'll be in lane 1. That's Jude of Goldie Beacom. Raheem Tate Best of University of Mary will be in 2. Justin Steele of Lee in 3. Joshua Page of Tiffin will be in lane 4. Dakari Bush of Harding in 5. Shamar Palmer of Fresno Pacific, he'll be in lane 6. Sam Tudor of Pittsburgh State in 7. And Nicholas Clay of Mississippi College, he'll be in the outside in lane 8. Dakari Bush is our defending champion, the now senior from Harding, winning last year in Pueblo. He also won our indoors 400 this year, that event taking place in Pittsburgh, Kansas. So Dakari Bush is looking for a clear establishment of his 400-meter dominance, both outdoors and indoors. He is in lane 5, the senior from Harding.
Jude, Tate Best, Steele, Page, Bush, Palmer, Tudor, and Clock. About to start.
And the athletes now standing at their blocks, getting their commands from the starter. And again, it's been a bit of an issue, this championships. I don't know why they are not checking the speaker before we start, but a number of times the starter has gone up the steps of the ladder, started the commands, and then they've had to stop and go over and adjust that speaker, which you see them doing in the middle of the infield. But the whole goal is a complete fair start. Want to make sure that all the athletes do hear the commands. And sometimes the starters are helping out the time schedule just a little bit. If they feel that we are a minute or two ahead of schedule, they will take the time to fix the sound system or make any adjustments that they can make. In the background there, you do see the women's high jump competition. The bar is at 1 meter 80. Technically, we do still have 3 athletes in competition. Erica Harbo is over 1 meters 80. Josie Coffey from Colorado Mesa has 2 misses at this height. And Cheyenne Nesbitt again, with 1 jump remaining, she has passed from 174, 177, 180. So she may be just saving it for 1 more jump at a height, or she may be done with the competition. But now runners are set for this men's 400. Jude, Tate Best, Steele, Page, Bush, Palmer, Tudor, and Clay. And a clean start. Again, our defending champion, Dakari Bush, is in lane 5 from Harding. That is Shamar Palmer of Fresno Pacific outside in the white with the white headband. He gets out quickly, and he'll be their leader at the 200-meter mark. On the inside, Bush and Joshua Page of Tiffin now moving up. Coming off the curve, it's Tiffin in the lead. He is in lane 4. Palmer still on the outside, and in between them you see Dakari Bush. So expecting this defending champion with the strong finish. Page, Bush, and Palmer, and they are not going to catch him. How about that? Joshua Page, the sophomore from Tiffin, he is going to hold on for the victory, 45-71. Palmer will be second from Fresno Pacific with a personal best, 45-73. Dakari Bush, not a repeat championship. He'll finish with a bronze at 46-05. And there you see the results of all the athletes on the track. So 2 sub-46 second 400s. And on the right-hand side of the screen now, again, as a reminder, you can see the team scores. If you are not following along with live results, we'll bring you the results from each event and each race, and you will see the updated team scores. And you do see that Pittsburgh State currently with an 8-point lead in the men's division over West Texas A&M. And on the women's side now, Pitt State with a 19-point lead over Adams State. On the women's side, Pitt State and Adams State, they'll flip-flop back and forth between the distance races and some of the field events. And just as we were talking there, a quick update, you saw these latest results go in. Pitt State now with a 9-point lead over West Texas A&M. Again, you can follow along with us. We appreciate Kansas, giving you the opportunity to see your athletes live in competition. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we are here watching it in person. But if you are watching us on the live stream, we invite you to also get online. Go to the NCAA.com website, go to track and field, click on Division II, and you will see an opportunity to click to the live results. For the field events, you can see each jump, each throw, each mark, and you can also see the live results on the track. You can see splits in the longer races, and you will see exactly those times just as quickly as we do here in the press box. They also inform us of personal bests, meet records, facility records, Division II records, and you can also see the wind readings and get the immediate point scores. So we do invite you to follow along. Our next event is going to be the women's turn. It's the women's 400, and they are making their way down now to the starting line. Single file along the home stretch. We know that the next time we see them on this home stretch, they won't be in single file. They'll be across the track. And taking another look at the podium here, these are the winners. These are the winners of our men's 110-meter hurdles that you see on the podium there. And that was the big surge that Pitt State got to push them back into the lead. Dalen Williams, he ran 13:52. Parker Warmick of Central Missouri second, and Savion Bush of Harding is third. So you're looking at the winners of the 110-meter hurdles. And again, a big 10 points there for the Pittsburgh State Gorillas. Pittsburgh, Kansas, just about an hour or so east and maybe a little bit to the south. Last few years, quite a resurgence in track and field at Pitt State. They built a beautiful new indoor facility a few years ago, which not only provides the opportunity to host meets, including the national meet this year, the indoor meet, but they host meets all throughout the season. And just about every week there is either a high school or a collegiate meet at the indoor facility at Pitt State. Northwest Missouri State, just up the road, an hour or so north of Kansas City, they have a similar facility. Washburn University, another D2 school, they have a 200-meter banked track facility. So all within about an hour, you have three new indoor facilities that are just beautiful. Kansas State and Kansas, of course, both have indoor facilities. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Emporia State hoping to join the parade sooner rather than later and getting an indoor facility down here. But in the Midwest, indoor track is a growing sport that has usually been the most popular in the Northeast. We know that there are many traditional great facilities and events that take place in the Northeast for indoor track. Our athletes in California and Texas and Arizona, they rarely train indoors or have to run indoors with the weather that they have. But here in the Midwest, definitely the opportunity of running indoors helps make you better in outdoor competition. We are just about ready now for this women's 400 meters. Here are your lane assignments from the inside out. In lane 1, that is Blessing Akintoy from West Texas A&M, the freshman, in lane 1. Aaron Thompson of UT Tyler will be in 2. Shade Findley of Angelo State in 3. Carissa Perry of West Texas A&M, she was 3rd last year. She'll be in lane 4. In lane 5, Tiffany Hewley from Northwest Missouri State. In lane 6, the freshman from Harding, she was our indoor national champion. That is Omolara Ogunmakinju Alona Olszewska from Saginaw Valley in 7, and Ayanna Fields of Cal Poly Pomona. She will be on the outside in lane 8. The women's 400 will be the next race on the track. And again, you can see our starters making just a little bit of discussions as they are making sure that the event starts on time. And it is very easy, as all track fans know, for track meets to run long or sometimes get sped up if you move to that rolling schedule. You'll never see a rolling schedule in the national meet unless we are behind because of weather. So here the idea is that we will hold. We know the weather's coming in later tonight, but we should get our meet in. So it's very, very important to make sure that the races start as scheduled. And there are two main reasons for that. Obviously, the athletes do need to be able to prepare for the meet. Many of the athletes competing in multiple events, and they will know the exact time and how much time of recovery they have. But also for those of you watching on the live stream, we know that if you know that this next race is scheduled to begin at 3:15, we're going to make sure that it starts on 3:15 so you do not miss it. This is 3:15, and the women's 400 meters, they are ready on the track. They are in their blocks. Again, it is Jude. Correction, in the inside, it's Akintoy, Thompson, Finley, Perry, Hewley, Ogun-McKinju, Olszewska, and Fields. In lane 4, that is Carissa Perry. She was third last year. She makes up the stagger going around the curve, so she'll have the lead down that backstretch. Outside of her, Tiffany Hewley now starting to maintain her position. Ogun-McKinju is in lane 6. She seems to be struggling. She is back in 4th place as they come off the curve. And it looks like it's going to be lanes 5 and 4. That's Hewley and Perry. Huey and Perry, and on the outside, Oleszka. But Huey is slowing down the least, and that is going to be the Northwest Missouri junior, Tiffany Huey. She is going to win this women's 400 meters. Huey will run 52:03. That's a personal best for the Northwest Missouri junior. Personal best also for the first 3 athletes. So Huey runs 52:03. Olszewska from Saginaw Valley, personal best 52:78. And Finley from Angelo State, a personal best 52:81. So they will be your top 3 finishers. Northwest Missouri State will pick up that valuable 10 points. It does look like our women's high jump competition has concluded while we were running our 400 meters. Erica Harbo of Concordia St. Paul with 3 misses at 1.84 meters. So she's going to win the event on a first attempt clearance at 1.80 meters. That is 5:10 3/4. So Erica Harbo of Concordia will win. Pitt State, keeping an eye on those team scores, Pitt State will finish 2nd, 6th, and tied for 7th. So the Gorillas clearly making a push in both our men's and our women's competition. Just starting to talk a little bit earlier about how you build that program, and building that new indoor facility a few years ago was a big step, but then if you have the facility, you need to have the good coaches, and then you need to have the coaches get the good athletes. And Pitt State has definitely become a Division II powerhouse in track and field. They've not yet had the women and the men win the national title at the same time, but they are working towards that this year. Last year, Pitt State won the men's, while women were 7th. Indoors this year on their home track, the Pitt State men won, and the Pitt State women were 2nd. But currently, on the track right now. Pittsburgh State leading both the men's and the women's competition. Our next race will be at 3:25. It'll be time to find out who is the fastest in the country this year. It'll be the men's and women's 100-meter dash finals after the break. Emporia State University in Emporia, Kansas. We are here at Zola Witten Track in Welch Stadium for day 3. It's Championship Saturday at the NCAA Division II National Championships. We have completed half of our events on the track this afternoon, and it is just getting ready to find out who the fastest men and women in the country are going to be. It's time for the 100-meter dash finals for the men, followed by the women. Just a couple of minutes away, but you see the men there at the blocks. They have done their warm-ups and run-outs, so let's meet the field. In lane 1, on the right-hand side of your track there, Jabez Reeves from Minnesota State. Lane 2, Wakili Bennett from Dominican in California. Lane 3, Malachi Adams of Tiffin. In lane 4, it's Isaac Bozzio from West Texas A&M. He was second in this race last year. He was also a member of the 4x100 meter relay team that won a gold medal earlier today. In lane 5, it'll be Kibrin Moore from Albany State. Lane 6, DePriest Hogans from Pittsburgh State. Lane 7, Ed Gilbert from Albany State. And in lane 8, Johnny Ince from Academy of Art. That is our field. Fastest qualifying times on Thursday night, both Bozzio and Moore with 9:99 qualifying times. And if they could duplicate that today with no wind, that could be a both meet and facility record. Steve Reddick of Norfolk State still has the meet record from 1972. So that is a record that is over 52 years old. It's 10 flat. And it's been a bit since we've been on a straightaway track, so not exactly sure what the wind reading may be on this, but we'll see what we can get. Reeves, Bennett, Adams, Bozzio, Moore, Hogans, Gilbert, and Ince. And a clean start. Bozzio out quickly. He had the fastest start. He's going to hold on. He's going to win this race. We're going to have to see that time. He looked very, very fast. 9.98. The wind is 2.8 on the wind, but Bozzio will run 9.98. Malachi Adams of Tiffin, he'll be second at 10.11. And you're now looking at the podium finish for the women's high jump competition. Been going on in the background of our races that you were seeing on the track, but in the women's high jump, an interesting look down there. You see a three-way tie for 7th place there, and that does include Haley Hadley of Pitt State, Julianne Frew of UT Tyler, and Cheyenne Nesbitt, the senior from Saginaw Valley. We will see her at the Olympic trials in the heptathlon. Moving up to the top of the podium, Elena Saunders of Azusa Pacific is third at 1.74 m. By fewer misses, Taylor Nellums from Pittsburgh State second. She's a transfer student, so she was scoring points for West Texas A&M last year. She's scoring them for Pitt State this year. But on the top of the podium there, that's Erica Harbo of Concordia St. Paul. She is the only athlete today to clear 1.80 m. That's 5'10 3/4. Our high jump national champion, Erica Harbo of Concordia St. Paul.
Hey guys, guys, can you get out of the way?
And you may there have just heard the PA announcement for the men's shot put. We can't really show you too much of the shot put. The shot put there, it's on the north side of the facility, but the man you do see there just behind that tent, that is Miles Kerner of Grand Valley State. So he has won this championship. He just completed his last throw. It was 19.46 m, but on his third throw, he threw 19.94. That is 65 feet 5 inches. Not only a personal best, but yet another of the facility records that has been broken here this week. So congratulations to our national champion in the men's shot put, Miles Kerner, a senior from Grand Valley State, with a facility record and personal best, 19.94 m, 65 feet 5 inches.
And the recipient of the Elite Tiny Award for Division II Women's Track and Field with a 4.0 GPA in political science, Chelsea.
And as we're wrapping up some of these events here, just wrapped up that men's shot put, you're looking at the pole vault, and we may just be taking a break to set the bar. The bar is going up to 5.50 m. It looks like that's 18 feet. We have two. Looks like we have two competitors left. It's getting tricky to see now as some of these athletes play a little political games there. Once you miss at a height, you may pass at the next height. But it looks like we just have two athletes who have cleared 540. That's 17.8½. So the two still in competition are Vlad Malikin, the sophomore from Harding, and Thomas Nieto from Texas A&M Kingsville. They have both cleared 5.40 m, 17.8½. They each have one miss at 5.50, which is 18 feet 1/2 inch. That is Thomas Nieto, who is on the runway now. So this will be his second attempt at 5.50 m. And when you get down there to see him with his actual attempt in the pit, the breeze is picked up enough that the officials, they're holding the bar up there till the very last second when he goes up, so not wanting the bar to fall off at all. And yes, it's up there, 18 feet 1/2 inch. This is Nieto's second attempt. And he's not going to get there on that. So again, he's got one more attempt. Malikin has one more attempt. They are both the only athletes over 540, but Malikin will be the leader right now on fewer misses. He cleared 530 on his first attempt, while Nieto did it on his second. So next up in that pole vault, we're going to see Vlad Malikin from Harding.
So the update here, the men's pole vault competition has been on that bar went to 550, but Rossi only had one attempt at it after passing at 540. Had a miss there, so that means that
Pole vault venue here at the National Championships. You see the elevated runway that is in the middle of the facility. Most athletes at this level have competed on a similar facility, a way to feature that pole vault and also keep it clear of the other events. The elevated runway in the middle of the field, you can set that to go either direction based on the wind, but no longer are we having to conduct the pole vault right on the sides of the track. But you can see Mulliken here asking for a little crowd support. We got the slow clap going. He is the center of attention right now. The only event that is going on here in the infield. Men's pole vault, second attempt, or correction, this could be his third attempt at 550. Close, but he is not going to get there. So the results board changed while we are watching this event, so not sure if that is his second or third miss, but he is our leader on the track. It looks like Nieto definitely will have one more attempt, but the way they are congratulating other athletes over there, it may or may not be complete. Again, you can follow along with us on the official results, but sometimes those are not exactly correct. They are putting the bar back up, so by my thoughts, Nieto with one more attempt, and he will either clear this and be the winner in the men's pole vault, or if he misses, he will finish second. And now looking back at the awards stand, these are the place finishers in our men's 400. Just keeping track with what we're seeing here, all the awards being presented just as quickly as they can. This is the men's 400 as opposed to the men's 100 that did just finish. But you see the placers up there. Dakari Bush, he was our defending champion. He'll finish in that third spot and take home a bronze. Shamar Palmer of Fresno Pacific with the personal best 45.73. He is going to be second. And on top of the podium from Tiffin, he's just a sophomore, Joshua Page, 45.71. He looks a lot more comfortable right now than he did finishing that race, but he was the first across the line, and so this sophomore from Tiffin with a national championship in the 400 at 45.71. The women are now ready to start their 100 meters. From left to right there, hip number 1, that is Giovanna Cornett of the Academy of Art. In lane 2, it's Deborah H. Pong from West Texas A&M. Marie Eloise Leclerc from Simon Fraser. She was 5th last year. She will be in lane 3. Alexis Brown, the sophomore from Lenore Rhine. She was 2nd last year. She's the winner of the indoor 60. And if you were with us earlier, you saw that anchor leg she ran on the 4x1 to take Lenore Rhine to victory. So Alexis Brown now in lane 4 is looking for an individual gold to go with the team. Next to her, we will see Denisha Cartwright. Denisha Cartwright, the senior from Minnesota State. She has already won the 100-meter hurdles today, and the long-decorated Minnesota State athlete, she'll be in lane 5. Yakubu Balikas from West Alabama, she'll be in lane 6. Deandronique Gaines of Pittsburgh State in 7, and Lauren James from the Academy of Art in lane 8. So we will have the Academy of Art bookending the field here as we find out who the fastest woman in the country is this year, Division II. Fastest qualifier was Alexis Brown of Lenore Rhine, 11:24, and she did have the fastest 100-meter anchor leg earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, I know it really is. It's just one of those things.
Brown and Cartwright out together early, and Cartwright pulls away from everybody except for Brown, who pulls away from the field. So Alexis Brown, the sophomore from Lenore Rhine, now she won the 4x100 meter relay for Lenore Rhine, running from north to south. She turns around here and from south to north, she wins the women's 100. Again, the wind has picked up just a little bit. It's a plus 3.2 wind behind her, but Brown will run 10.96 in that wind for gold. Cartwright will add a silver medal to her collection at 11.14. and that will be Deandronique Gaines of Pitt State. She is going to get the bronze at 11:25, just ahead of Belikas. But, of course, that will be 1 point difference. Gaines will score 7 points for finishing third. And you see all the times there. Again, the wind reading on that, a plus 3.2, but an impressive victory for Brown. So we found out who the fastest sprinter is on the straightaway. We're going to take a short break, then we'll come back for the 800 meters. We'll find out who the fastest middle distance runner is at the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships from Emporia. We'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back to Emporia, Kansas. We are on the campus of Emporia State University for the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We're here at Zola Witten Track in Welch Stadium. We are starting to wind down the afternoon with more championship events. Just have the men's and women's 800 meters to go, along with the 400-meter hurdles, the 200, the 5,000, and the 4x400 meter relays. All of our field events are now complete. Some of those athletes still to get their awards, but it's starting to wind down here at the Division II National Championships. Our official scoring shows that we are 2/3 of the way through the events, and Pittsburgh State, the Gorillas, leading both the men's and women's competition after 14 events. On the men's side, Pittsburgh State with 61 points. That is 5 better than West Texas A&M. Harding is currently third with 37. And in the women's side, Pittsburgh State with a commanding 78 points. That is 37 points better than Adams State's 41. And Grand Valley State has 39.5. Last year's winner, Azusa Pacific, currently fourth place with 31. So we'll keep you up to date with those results. But the next event on the track is going to be the men's 400 meters, or correction, the men's 800 meters. These athletes have run through qualifying, so we are going to see the 8 fastest qualifiers now here on the track, and they will be able to go full speed. The weather is beautiful, still about 82 degrees on the track with relative humidity and a slight breeze, enough to keep everybody cool, but not too much to make it difficult. On the track there you see lane 1, that is Nolan Moeller, the freshman from Drury. He'll be on the inside for this 800 meters. Harry Ross Hughes of Lake Erie running out of lane 2. He was 5th place last year. In lane 3, it'll be Drew Daly from Shippensburg. In lane 4, Johan Correa from Central Washington. In lane 5, he is our defending champion. This is Wes Ferguson. He's a senior now at Nebraska Kearney. He won the indoor 800, and he is the defending champion in this outdoor 800. Therefore, the favorite, Wes Ferguson from Nebraska Kearney. In lane 6, Samuel Idians from Charleston in West Virginia. Lane 7, Benjamin Sumner from Azusa Pacific. And on the outside in the headband there, you see Dalen Madison, the sophomore from Ashland. Wes Ferguson, last year in Pueblo, setting a meet record at the altitude of Pueblo. He still ran 1:45.46, showing you that for the 800-meter runners, more of a sprint than a distance or even middle distance event. But we're underway now. Again, Moeller, Ross Hughes, Daly, Correa, Ferguson, Idians, Sumner, and Madison. They'll run around this first curve in their lane and then break for the straightaway. And that will be Ferguson, who moves to the front. So he will control the pace in this race that he is defending his own title. first 200 just about 26 seconds flat. And again, the record that they would be shooting for is 1:45.46. Ferguson leading them off the curve. And on his shoulder, keeping him honest, that is Benjamin Sumner, the junior from Azusa Pacific. 400-meter split, just about 53 seconds. Official split there from our timing system, 53.76 for Ferguson. So we'll see how he feels down the back stretch. 5 runners still in that first group. Harry Ross Hughes of Lake Erie making a move up into second place. Still 5 in that first group, but it is Ferguson. He knows how to control this race, and as they come off this curve for the final time, they're either going to have to run around him, but he is showing no signs of let up, pulling away, and this is going to be back-to-back national championships for Wes Ferguson from Nebraska Kearney. The senior will defend his title. He'll run 1:47.84. That is going to be a facility record. So we've mentioned many times today that records, you're going to need somebody to create a new board. I have not counted up how many facility records we have, but we could be pushing double digits as far as new facility records. But that'll be Ferguson setting another one at 1:47.84. Ross Hughes takes the silver, and Idians captures the bronze for Charleston, West Virginia.
Your sixth-place finisher, 18.10, 59 feet 4 3/4 of an inch from Missouri Southern, Steve. Your fifth-place finisher, 18.13, 59 5 3/4 of an inch, Matt Thomas. Grand Valley State receives the award from his coach.
And at your podium there, on your screen, you're seeing the place winners for the men's shot put competition. We mentioned a little earlier Miles Kerner with a personal best and another one of those facility records. Miles Kerner, the senior from Grand Valley, on his third throw, 19 meters 94. That is just an incredible mark of 65 feet 5 inches for the senior. So looking at the podium there at the top, we'll see Cedric Pearson of Missouri Southern, personal best for the bronze medal. Noah Evers from Davenport, a personal best for the silver medal. And on top of the podium, Miles Kerner, the senior from Grand Valley State, a mark of 19 meters 94 and a national championship. Men's shot put. Well, we found out who the fastest men runner is in the 800. Who's going to be the fastest woman? Well, we'll find out after the break here from Emporia State University. And welcome back to Zola Witten Track. We're in Welch Stadium on the campus of Emporia State University in Emporia, Kansas, as we are winding down finals Saturday at the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor National Championships. We are just about ready to begin our next race on the track, and you can see the women moving back to the starting line for this 800 meters. And there you see the runners from Adams State. They have 2 in the finals here, so any chance they have of catching Pittsburgh State in the women's team standings will have to come here in this 800 meter race. They'll be running out of lanes 3 and 5, so theoretically that means they are seeded first and third, and if they could pick up those 17 points, that would still keep them 20 points behind Pittsburgh State. And Pittsburgh State does have a runner in the field. So as we get closer and closer to the conclusion of this meet, it is shaping up to be a celebratory day for the Pittsburg State Gorillas, currently leading both the men's and the women's team competitions. But here we go at the start. Now looking from right to left here, lane 1, Elizabeth Atchison from University of Mary. Lane 2, Megan Roxby of Simon Fraser. Lane 3 will be Lieke Hoekstein from Adams State. Lane 4, she won the indoor 800 meters, the junior from Ursuline, that is Alasia Brooks. In lane 5, Jessica Simon from Adams State. Lane 6 from the Colorado School of Mines, she was 4th last year, that is Ariel Wright. In lane 7, Kate Dawson from Pittsburg State. And in lane 8, Inez McAdam from Tiffin. There is our field, just getting the public address introductions. And the gun is up. Women's 800 meters final. And a clean start. And quickly out there in the middle of the track, that is Alasia Brooks. Again, she won the indoors 800, and in the indoors 800 is very important to get out to the front, more difficult to pass on a smaller, tighter track. And if you were watching the prelims, you saw she is catering to the same strategy. She just took off hard at the gun early in the preliminaries and just has that really fast stride and just keeps chugging along. She is quickly out to almost a 20-meter lead as she comes off the curve here for the first time. Again, this is Alasia Brooks, the junior from Ursuline, Ohio. She is going to be way out in front at the 400-meter mark. She's going to come through her first half of the race just about 58 flat. So she has set the challenge, and she is going to try and run a fast time to also win the national championship. Now, if she keeps that pace, that would be amazing. She's probably going to slow down just a little bit here, so the rest of the field chasing, if they have a strong finish, they will start to close that gap. Jessica Simon of Adams State is currently running in second, and Inez McAdam of Tiffin is on her shoulder and now moving into second. But as our second and third runners now have 200 meters to go, we still have Brooks out there with about a 25-meter lead, showing no signs of slowing down. The stride is the same. You see she's working harder now to get there. The field is coming. They are starting the chase. You've got the long-legged McAdam from Tiffin in chase. Adams State giving chase. Can Brooks hold on? Brooks is feeling it. It is going to be close. They may catch her. Oh, Brooks goes down. Brooks goes down. She could not hold it for the full 800 after that start. Inez McAdam is going to win. And poor Alasia Brooks, the junior from Ursuline, she was 5 yards from a national championship, but she could not hold it down the stretch, hearing those athletes behind her. She goes down. McAdam is going to win. So kudos to her. She was not intimidated by the early pace, and you can see her there, emotions overcoming her, the junior from Tiffin. She can't believe she just won. But there you see the results. McAdam wins 2:08.85. Simon of Adams State will be second, 2:08.92, and also running sub 2:10, Ariel Wright of the Colorado School of Mines. You never know in track and field. You can lead for the majority of the race, but if you don't cross the finish line first, there's nothing but some heartbreak. So Alasia Brooks at least will have another year to compete, just a junior from Ursuline, and it'll be interesting to see how she responds to that, continuing her season or in the future. We're going to head back to the podium and see the results here for our men's pole vault competition. They just finished recently, and as often in the pole vault and high jump, we did end up with a tie there for 8th place. Jacob Clark of Fort Hays and Wyatt Allwine of Grand Valley. They'll tie for 8th. Hunter Patricus of the Colorado School of Mines will be 7th. Garrett Baker of Ashland is 6th. Bastian Frank of Missouri 7 is 5th. Looks like we did have a tie for 3rd place as well. In 3rd place, Matteo Madrasi of Cal Poly Pomona and Jacoby Jones of Angelo State. We just had 2 athletes manage to clear the bar today at 5 meters 40. That is 17.8 and a half. And while they both cleared that attempt on their first try, if we go back by fewer misses, Thomas Nieto did have 1 miss at 5:30, and clear until he went out at 5:50 is going to be our champion. That's Vlad Malikin of Harding. The sophomore will win the men's pole vault competition.
Shot putters, could you please return to the implement inspection and bring your shot put? Somebody has the wrong shot put.
So congratulations to those pole vaulters there. A celebratory day for the final field event. I believe all the events are completed, and I may have presented all the awards in field. We'll give you a complete recap of all the finals at the end of our competition today. But we've got about 10 minutes till our next event on the track. They're setting up all the hurdles. It'll be the men's 400-meter hurdle finals after the break.
Scoring column in the deep competition. On the men's side of things, 17 of 21 of we'll start with the tie. In 8, it's Lee and Central Missouri with 20 points. In 7th with 26 points, Wingate. In 6th with 28 points, Azusa Pacific. In 5th with 38.5, Grand Valley State. In 4th with 42 points, Missouri Southern. In 3rd with 47 points, Harding. In 2nd, in 17 events with 56 points, West Texas A&M leading on the men's side with 60 points. The Gorillas of Pittsburgh State. Tight battle brewing here between West Texas A&M and Pittsburgh State. Again, 4 events remaining to score at the championship. 21 events finished up. Pittsburgh State in 3rd place with 9 points.
And welcome back now to Emporia, Kansas, the campus of Emporia State University. We're here at Welch Stadium for the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Championships. Just starting to cloud over a little bit here this afternoon. It's been a beautiful day, blue sky, just a slight breeze. It's kept everybody just a little bit cooler, kept the humidity at bay. although we did have some wind-aided sprints thanks to a tailwind just over the allowable limits. But we're going to continue on the track now with our finals. The next race coming up here is the men's 400-meter hurdles, just a few minutes away. Again, these athletes did qualify for this event on Thursday evening, so they're coming back 24 hours later and having to run the finals. Some of them have been competing in other events, while others have had the time for a little bit of recovery here. But as we get ready for the 400-meter hurdles, you can see the athletes standing patiently at their blocks. Here are your lane assignments now. In lane 1, that is Brendan Jackson from Ashland. Lane 2, Javon Riley from Claflin. Lane 3, Ryan Fields from Cal Poly Pomona. In lane 4, Sean Calawan from St. Augustine's. Lanes 5 and 6 will have teammates. In lane 5, Cherise Ham from the Academy of Art. He was 4th last year. In lane 6, Josh Marlin from the Academy of Art. In lane 7, Shareem Hamilton from Lincoln. And in lane 8, Clarence McGill from Lenore Rhine. So that is the field. You look at a lineup like this, none of the athletes representing teams in the top scoring group. So those of you anxiously awaiting the team title top group, not a big effect coming out of this heat, although Academy of Art with 2 athletes, they'll be looking to score the most points, but no athletes representing teams in the top 7 of our individual standings. Again, Jackson, Riley, Fields, Calawan, Ham, Marlin, Hamilton, and McGill. Men's 400-meter hurdles. And a clean start. Fastest qualifying time is Calawan from St. Augustine's. He is in lane 4, and you can see he has made up the stagger on the first curve. Ham of the Academy of Art also out. Well, we won't really know what the lead is until they come off this top hurdle, and that'll be the inside of the track making up the staggers. So we're going to get a first off the curve from the inside. We've got Ham in the lead. Fields of Cal Poly Pomona making the chase. They're over all the hurdles, and the first across the line, that is going to be Cherise Ham. So he'll go from a 4th place finish last year to a gold medal. 49.97 for Ham. And there you see the official time for everybody on the track. Ham 49.97, Fields 50.37, and Hamilton will pick up a bronze medal 50.65. So again, you can see the team scores now on the right hand side of the graphic there. And while none of the teams are in that top group, we are getting closer and closer to a Pitt State celebration. Their women have dominated this meet, 88 points. They lead Adams State with just 41, so that would be a tough group to overcome. On the men's side, still a close race there. You see Pittsburgh State is our leader. They've got 60, West Texas A&M with 56, Harding with 47, Missouri 7 with 42, Grand Valley State 38.5, Azusa Pacific with 28. And don't count Wingate out there. They've only got 26 points right now, but they took 1st, 2nd, and 3rd yesterday in the steeplechase, and they have those athletes coming back in the... Another quick look at the podium here. And in the podium, you'll see the results of our women's 800 meters. And that is a big congratulations for Inez McAdam, the junior from Tiffin. She wins in 2:08.85. Jessica Simon scores 8 points for Adams State. And as you look at the team there, it's nice to see on the far right side that is Alicia Brooks of Ursuline. She was leading through the first 795 meters. And giving credit to the athletes, they were chasing her. They may have caught her anyway, but she felt the pressure. She was struggling down the home stretch. She fell just 5 meters from the finish line and went from first to 8th. So Adams State does pick up some points there, so they get a little bit closer to Pitt State, but Pitt State also picking up points in that event. Looking at our official women's totals now, just 4 events remaining. Pitt State has 92, Adams State has 54. So that is a 38-point lead with 4 events remaining. Virtually impossible for Adams State to catch Pittsburgh State. So while the women won't be celebrating just yet, they can devote their attention to supporting the men with just a narrow lead and quite a few teams still in contention. Our next race on the track will be the women's hurdles. And as the hurdles are adjusted around the track, still do not have our women out on the track. They're just coming out from the clerk's tent at this time. So give you another opportunity to just wish all of our athletes continued success. We know that for some athletes, this is it. This is the last time they may ever compete collegiately. We know that some athletes will take their experience here, and their goal will be to make it to the Outdoor National Championships next year, which will be back in Pueblo, Colorado. And then we do have some few elite athletes who will be hoping to compete internationally for the United States or their home country for our international athletes. This year, the USA track and field athletes, 2 opportunities if they have qualified for the Olympic trials, which run concurrently with our USA Track and Field National Championships there. Those are going to be held June 21st to June 30th in Eugene, Oregon. Some of our athletes may not have qualified for the Olympic trials, but they will qualify for the Under-20 Championships. Those will also be in Eugene, June 12th and 13th. And the ultimate goal in any Olympic year, of course, is to make the Olympics and represent your country there. The Olympics in Paris this year begin on July 24th. The athletics, or the track and field portion of the Olympics, will run from August 1st through 11th. The sport of track and field always gets a little bit more attention in an Olympic year. And we do hope that track fans and non-track fans will follow the international progress of all athletes competing this year in U.S., national, world, and Olympic championships. There are the women for these 400 hurdles. They have received their final instructions and now will go out and set their blocks. The favorites in this event, both running sub 58 in their qualifiers. They'll be on the inside of the track. And then also on the inside of the track, running out of lane 2, our highest place finisher from last year. That'll be Maria Diamond from Lincoln, the senior running in her final national championships. Barring any unique exceptions, this is the last COVID year for the NCAA athletes. If they missed a season during the pandemic, they were granted an additional year to compete, but across the board, our seniors this year would have already taken advantage of their pandemic year, and unless they had redshirted or do have another unique circumstances, they will be done. That'll help all of the sports information directors across the country now not have to worry so much about what year an athlete is. And of course, we all know track and field makes it very difficult with cross country, indoor track, and outdoor track being 3 different sports. The headache of any sports information director or someone planning senior night when you can have an athlete who may be a sophomore in indoor track, a junior in outdoor track, and a senior in cross country, all within the same academic year. But it looks like we're just about ready now, so here are the lineups looking at your screen from left to right. In lane 1, that's Rasha Bedrani from San Marcos, the sophomore in lane 1. Lane 2, again, she was second last year, the senior from Lincoln, Maria Diamond. In lane 3, the senior from Hillsdale, that is Shura Ermakov. In lane 4, she did have the fastest qualifying time this week, the sophomore from Angelo State, that is Fatoumata Cabo. In lane 5, the sophomore from Lincoln, Odisha Nanton. In lane 6, the junior from Findlay, that is Kylie Ray. In lane 7, a senior from Fort Hays State, Kansas, that is Taylor Savolt. And in lane 8, wearing the green of Adams State, a freshman, that is Victoria Amiadamin. So there is the field for this 400-meter hurdle race on the track, patiently again standing at their blocks. And they'll wait for that come to your marks. This is the women's 400-meter hurdle final. Bedrani, Diamond, Ermakov, Cabo, Nanton, Ray, Savolt, and Amiadamin. And a clean start in lane 3, that is Ermakov of Hillsdale with a quick start. She makes up the stagger, but then hits that second hurdle and stumbles, but she is still going. So we'll see how that works out for her. We lost another hurdler there in lane 7. That's Savolt of Fort Hays State. She hits that third hurdle. The hurdles are taking their toll on the athletes at this year's championships. Just about every hurdle race we have had has claimed one athlete. But looking at the top of the curve, that is Lincoln's Odisha Nanton, who will be the first off the curve. And inside of her from Angelo State, that is Cabo. Just one more hurdle now to go. It's Nanton and Cabo. Both clear, Nanton and Cabo. Here comes Cabo. And that sprint after the last hurdle, it's going to go to the sophomore from Angelo State, Fatoumata Cabo. She is going to win this 400-meter hurdles, 57:39. That's a personal best for her. The sophomore from Lincoln, Nanton, she'll be silver, 57:62 with a personal best. And Kylie Ray of Findlay, she will sneak in there and win the bronze medal at 59:01. Everybody finished. We had 2 athletes hit the hurdles hard on the backside. We'll hope they are all right, especially if they are going to be running this 4x400-meter relay that is coming up. But there you see the results officially on the board. Cabo, Nanton, and Ray winning gold, silver, and bronze. And Diamond is 4th. We are down to our final 3 events to come on the track. At 4:40, we'll have the men's 200, followed by the women's 200. That'll be our last sprint final. Then we'll have our 5,000 meters for both the men and the women. That will take care of our distance runners' final event. And then we'll get the athletes putting their best left, and we'll give you an update in all the team scores as we head into those 4x400-meter relays. They are scheduled for 5:50 and 6 o'clock Central Time. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break from Emporia, Kansas.
Tony went to hit him in baseball coach. And so he slept like the whole time.
Yeah, he had a sleeping machine. It's crazy.
I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tougher.
Do my homework and report sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Did you see that heartbreaking 100 or 800 for the women? One girl was like flash pace all the way through, and then right at the end she fell. Yeah, like the other girl like a gazelle caught up to
The other girl that would have had her anyway.
yeah, and then she fell just short of the final finish line.
Want to be an owner?
I was getting that maybe if you like
There was a place, but I think it was just where it said no alcohol on the office. But that was parking lot. Never mind, that was parking lot. It was over there.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is a mission that all 45 national champions have, because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities across the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, students rise to the opportunity and make community engagement fun.
It all started about 3 or 4 years ago.
Or when they had to start paying athletes to play.
Yeah, did you see that new thing? Now the schools themselves are going to do it. It'll be like Major League Baseball where smaller schools are not going to be able to get
You're never going to be able to build a team. You're going to have to fight.
Yep. And you're going to
expresses all gratitude to our corporate champions and partners. Without their support, great championship moments and opportunities are not possible. The NCAA commitment to the highest level of fairness,
play immediately. I think they're changing it
build a championship culture. With their generosity, our corporate partners make it possible to celebrate champions. Thank you.
Oh, I know. And you had to get permission to transfer before. You couldn't just do it on your
Then
own.
they back that up. Then they, so that, man, only, it's still that, they pulled out when Coke, so all his kids go or whatever. Which was a mistake. That just was, instead of everything.
So, make it not want to watch it.
Yeah, because we had, it was you, Jackson, Thomas.
So like the Heisman, the one Heisman, their quarterback won it. I just think the kids more feel to actually more money.
What we've done is told them that you don't have to have accountability. You don't have to have, you don't have, your word means nothing. Don't worry about it. We don't care. And
You don't like
it's,
it so much.
it's, you can stand right here and bring my shades.
Right next to it. And then we can tell our, I can retake that time.
I don't think I'd be as comfortable.
Huh? I feel like that small ice cream.
And fans, we're going to go back to the podium here and do the presentation of the top 8 performers in the men's 400-meter hurdle. Doing that presentation is the coach of the Academy of Art, Seven Sisters, who will start with our 8th finisher from Ashland, Brendan Jackson. Your 7th place finisher with a new personal best, 51.16 from Lenore Rhine, Clarence McGill. Your 6th place finisher also with a personal best of 51.13 from Claflin, Javon Riley. In 5th place, 51.09 from the Academy of Art. Your 4th place finisher, 50.92 from St. Augustine, Sean Tallerwan. In 3rd, also with a new personal best, 50.65 from Lincoln, Dwayne Hamilton. In 2nd, 50.37 from Cal Valley, Pomona, Ryan Field. And your champion, under 50 seconds for the first time in his career, 49.97 from the Academy of Art, Perez Hand.
You guys, that was a good one.
Congratulations there to our top 8 performers in the men's 400 hurdles.
We'll have our women's 400-meter hurdlers move toward the award stand. We'll give those awards to those that start the 200 meters here in just a moment. The women's 400-meter hurdle. Sixth place from Hillsdale, Shura Ermakoff. Finishing in fifth from Adams State, Victoria, Amia Damas, 59.49. Finishing in fourth from Lincoln, a 59.46, a season best from Maria Diamond. Finishing in third with a 59.01 from Finley, Kylie Ray. Finishing in second with a 57.62, new personal best from Lincoln University and Missouri, Odisha Nathan. And winning the women's 400 hurdles with a new personal best of 57.39 from Angelo State,
And congratulations there, ladies, an excellent women's 400 hurdle final. The next event on the track now readying at the block. We're going to run from the common finish down the back stretch here due to the wind conditions in the stadium. This is the final of the men's 200-meter dash. The facility record 20:21 held by Tyson Gage. Backing his bar is the meet record 20.15. That is Brian.
And welcome back to Emporia State, Kansas. We are on the campus of Emporia State University for the final few events of our 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Championships. Next up, it's going to be the men's 200, and the wind has shifted throughout the day, and so we are going to run from the home stretch and finish on the backside, so they'll have the wind at their back. Wind may have died down just a little bit from those 100s and 100 hurdles, which were wind aided. For the men's 200, you see them now from right to left. This will be Kibrin Moore of Albany State in lane 1. In lane 2, we'll have Johnny Ince from Academy of Art. Lane 3, Ed Gilbert from Albany State. In lane 4, from Cal State Los Angeles, he was third last year. That'll be Leon Tefirnica. In lane 5 from Minnesota State, it's our indoor 200-meter champion, Jabez Reeves, the junior from Minnesota State. In lane 6, Shamar Palmer from Fresno Pacific. In lane 7, DePriest Hogans from Pittsburgh State. And on the outside, he was second indoors, will be the senior from Findlay, Josh Verhoff. Men's 200-meter dash, they are at the blocks. It looks like lane 5 is going to be open, and that would be Jabez Reeves from Minnesota State. The lane is open, so no chance to duplicate the indoor and outdoor 200 for Reeves. So we'll have Moore, Ince, Gilbert, Tefirnica, Palmer, Hogans, and Verhoff. And they're off. Quick start on the inside, lane 1. That's Kibren Moore of Albany State. He was third in the 100 meters. He's made up the stagger on those inside of him. On the outside, that is Verhoff from Findlay, DePriest Hogans from Pittsburgh State. And how about that? That might be the one that seals it. Just ran into the Pitt State coach. He said he needed 7 points from the last 3 events. Well, he just picked up 10 points there from DePriest Hogans, the junior at Pittsburgh State. He is going to win this 200. The wind 2.8. but no matter to the Priest Hogans, the junior runs 20.38. Gets silver at 20.64, and Ed Gilbert from Albany State, he will pick up the bronze at 20.65. So that's a big 10 points for Pittsburgh State with just 2 events remaining now. That'll give them 70 points in the team standings there. West Texas A&M with no one in the 200, so they will not score. So that may be the race that seals the deal for the Gorillas from Pittsburgh State, looking for their 3rd consecutive national championship. But this would be the first time ever if Pitt State can win both the men's and women's competitions at the national championships. So we are winding down towards the end here from Zola Witten Track in Welch Stadium. As you look outside around the track now, you see the majority of athletes are relaxed and celebrating and enjoying the fact that they can not have to worry so much about concentrating on an upcoming race. We just have our women's 200-meter final, and then we'll have our 2 5,000-meter finals and the 4x400 meter relay. So the mood is a lot lighter now in the stands, with all the athletes celebrating with their friends, families, and coaches as another successful track season and national championships event has concluded. It's been great here at Emporia State. They have done a great job of hosting. The facility has been wonderful. The weather has filled out for the most part. We've had amazing performances, a number of facility records, and even more personal bests out on the track for the past few days. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. We don't see the women for the 200 yet, so we'll take a break and be back with the women's 200 meters from Emporia State University. And welcome back to Zola Witten Track in Welch Stadium on the campus of Emporia State University. We're in Emporia, Kansas for Day 3 of the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Track and Field Championships. It's been a great day. We are down to our final 5 events on the track. All of our field events are complete and those awards have been presented. 5 races on the track, and we'll have our team trophy presentations, and that will mark for a very successful national championship season here. Next up on the track, you see those are the women in the 200-meter final. They qualified for this race yesterday, so just about 24 hours rest, but most of them all competing in other events. Let's go ahead and meet the field now. In lane 1, we'll see Ayana Fields from Cal Poly Pomona. Lane 2 belongs to Yakubu Balikis from West Alabama. Lane 3, she was 3rd indoors, the junior from Pittsburgh State, Deandronique Gaines. In lane 4, she won the indoor 200. She won the 100 meters earlier today. She anchored the 4x1 to victory earlier today. It'll be the sophomore from Lenore Rhine, Alexis Brown. In lane 5 from Fresno Pacific, Soraya Copeland. In lane 6, the senior from Minnesota State. She was 4th indoors. She was 2nd last year. The final race of the track career of Denisha Cartwright. She is in lane 6. Lane 7, Marie-Eloise Leclerc from Simon Fraser, the Canadian 3rd last year, 2nd indoors. And in lane 8, Giovanna Cornett from the Academy of Art. So a very distinguished field here in the women's 200. The favorite has to be Alexis Brown. She ran yesterday in 22:84, the fastest qualifying time, and has already picked up 2 gold medals today on the track. And it will be our farewell to Denisha Cartwright. If Cartwright can finish this race, it will be her 16th medal. If she finishes in the top 3, it will be her 16th medal. That is gold, silver, or bronze at the national championship. So, big challenge. And between the two, you've got Soraya Copeland of Fresno Pacific, and you've got the Simon Fraser athlete Marie-Eloise Leclerc. But you can't count anybody out, as we saw in that last race for the men. DePriest Holmes from Pittsburgh State, he was 15th seeded, and he walked away with a national championship. Fields, Belikas, Gaines, Brown, Copeland, Cartwright, Leclerc, and Cornett. Cartwright out very quickly, and Brown out as well on the inside. Coming off the curve, you've got Cartwright on the outside, Brown on the inside. Copeland now making a move in the white. Cartwright continuing to lead. Here comes Copeland. Here comes Wright. It is going to be Denisha Cartwright. Denisha Cartwright. I don't know. It's tough to call that an upset when you are such a distinguished champion. She's going to get her 16th medal. That is no worse than bronze. That is going to be her first gold in the 200. That is going to be her 8th gold medal overall. You can see the excitement there. Champions go out on top, and a big, big congratulations to Denisha Cartwright of Minnesota State. And win this women's 200. The wind just a 1.9 reading, so that was all Cartwright. Out of the blocks quickly and around the curve, and down that stretch she held on. Copeland will finish in silver at 22.97, and Alexis Brown will pick up a bronze to go with her 2 golds today, all 3 earning sub 23. What a race, but it is going to go to Denisha Cartwright, the distinguished senior, and a big smile on her face as she accepts the fired shell from the starter, and a big hug for her coach there in the middle of the field. We've seen athletes today crash hard and go out with nothing but pain, and then we see some athletes go out on top of the world with a big smile on their face. That is the joy of track and field, and that's why we love the sport. That's why we run the races and compete in the competitions. You never know what's going to happen, and the good thing about track and field is you're not always just racing for the top spot on the podium. Athletes can be very happy just beating a personal best or working towards a team title by being part of a point-scoring event. But I think everybody is happy today for Denisha Cartwright. Well, that's going to leave us with just 4 events now. The men's 5,000 will be our next event up, and that's just going to be a little over 5 minutes away. So we'll go ahead and we'll take another quick break here from Emporia, Kansas and the National Championships. We'll be back with our men's and women's 5,000 meters to come. And welcome back to the 2024 NCAA Division II National Track and Field Championships. We're here in Emporia, Kansas. We are down to our final 4 events on the track. We're going to have our men's and women's 5,000 meters. And then, of course, as all track meets finish, it'll be the 4x400 meter relays. Then we will be able to present our team champions. So it's that point on a Saturday afternoon when athletes are wrapping up not only for the day but for the meet, and that sad moment for all of our seniors who may have just walked off the track for the final time of their careers. But track never ends. All of our underclassmen looking to be back next year, and of course for the best of the best continued competition, as many of our athletes will be competing in national championship events representing their countries in either the under 20, the Olympics, or any other regional track and field meets to come this summer. As we get ready for the men's 5,000 meters, we're reminded that the distance runs here around this track will be facing the wind for half the track and have the wind at their back for half the track. In just the last few minutes, the wind has picked up quite a bit. I'm just looking out at the flags next to the award stand, and they are blowing quite hard now from the south to the north, which means the finish line straight away will have the athletes in there. The wind they'll have that in their face. But it will be 12.5 laps around the track in this race for the 5,000 meter runners. And it may have a effect a little bit on our overall team scoring. In our men's competition, West Texas A&M is currently second, but they don't have any athletes in this. The team to watch out for will be Wingate. Last night, if you joined us for our steeplechase, Wingate ended up going 1, 2, and 3. The Bulldogs. Titouan Legris winning the steeplechase for the Bulldogs. And he had athlete teammates finish second and third. Wingate with 5 athletes entered in this 5,000 meters. So you never know, but a 1 through 5 sweep would score a lot of points for Wingate. They currently sit in 7th place with 26 points, but they will definitely take a big jump here if they can get some top podium finishers. Now, while the shorter races that are in lanes, if you make the finals on an 8-lane track, you know that you are going to place, and you are going to be one of those All-Americans for finishing 1 through 8. In these distance races where we have more than 8 people on the track, 1 through 8 will be All-American first team. 9, 10, 11, and 12, they will gain the accolades of being second team All-Americans, but they will not receive medals and they will not score team points. So always the goal to be in the top 8 as we look at this bigger field. 19 athletes scheduled to be competing in this race on the track. And here are the athletes we expect to be competing. Felix Perrier from Azusa Pacific, Peter Kimkemboy from East Central, Sam Wilhelm from Alabama Huntsville, Lars Laros from Wingate, Cole Nash from Alaska Anchorage, Simon Kaladi from Western Colorado, Luca Pope from Wingate, Ryan Hartman from Augustana, Hamza Chahid, he won the indoor 5K this year, the junior from Wingate. Matthew Storer was second in this race last year from Colorado Christian. John Lucas Becker of Mississippi, he was last year's champion in the 10K. Sohail Bofrizi from Wingate. Romain Legendre from Adams State. Titouan Legris was the steeplechase winner, as mentioned. He is in this race, along with Josephat Meli, Duncan Feeney from Colorado School of Mines, Tyler Nord from Western Colorado, and William Aponsa from West Texas A&M. Also rounding out the field, Logan Bokovich from the Colorado School of Mines. The fastest qualifying time to make it to the finals here is Legendre from Adams State, the junior. He has run 13:16 this season. So the race is underway, and the early pace setter, that's Titouan Legree from Wingate. Again, he won the steeplechase yesterday. He did not lead that race for the entirety. He was always within striking distance, but with just a few laps to go, he joined his teammates at the front, and he did have the strongest finish heading into that water jump first and emerging with a straightaway finish and a individual national title. So he is continuing to lead them down the back stretch. Again, 12 and a half laps for this 5,000 meters. And nobody clearly breaking out at top speed. They're going to come through their first 400 just about 73, 74 seconds. So nothing too quick at the end of a championship event like this. Whether they've run multiple events or not, it is still a long day living in the hotel, cheering your teammates on. And again, most of these athletes have competed in another event. So they're still tightly packed here as they come down the home stretch for the second time. And it does look like the wind has died down just a little bit since the gun went. Hip number 6 there you see Titouan Legree continuing to set the pace, and the rest of the field is quite happy to run along beside and behind him. Those at the back just comfortably settling in. Still too early to worry about being boxed in. You just don't want to have anybody in front of you going so slow and easy to step on a foot or get a heel clipped. Nobody wants to go down, but you can see they are at a pedestrian 2:31 for the first 800 meters.
Had the valiant effort over 10,000 meters on Thursday night, led from the gun, rolled it out early and held on for a great run. Ryan Horseman there along at Santa in the conversation in the yellow over blue for the Vikings. But right now, sorry, that was Kip Kimball.
And they'll come through the 1,000-meter mark at 3:10. Legree continuing to set the pace. Bafrizi, his teammate, is right up there at the front with him, while the rest of the Wingate runners are spread out through the pack. But just another 78, 79 second quarter. And you can see some of the athletes taking advantage on the backstretch, grabbing some water early in this race. But again, it's turned into a strategic race, so nobody taking charge, nobody setting a tough pace out there. So that will eventually play into the hands of the sprinters, or those who think they have the fastest finish. Moving up on the outside now. He wants to get to the front, have a little more control on the pace. That is Peter Kipkemboy from East Central, the sophomore in the orange. He was up at the front of that steeplechase yesterday, falling back a little bit on that final lap. And as they make their way around this south curve, once they hit the straightaway, that's the 1,500 meter mark, and for any measure, 1,500 meters, just about 4:49 at the 1,500 meter mark. And as you can see, the pack lengthening out a little bit. That means that the pace might have picked up a little bit, but we also see some of the runners, they'll just break out to either the front or the outside so that they have the opportunity to pick up that cup of water on the backstretch. They're not necessarily going to be drinking it, but they're going to be pouring that water over them, over the head, over the arms. It's still quite warm out there, especially the distance runners always do like it a little cooler, but We are here at 5 o'clock Central Time, so the sun just starting to go down, but maybe not the heat of the day, but it is 85 degrees, and my app tells me that that feels like 88 with the humidity. So the warmest part of the day right now on the track, and without that breeze, these distance runners are definitely feeling that heat. If it is 85 and feels like 88 and muggy, that may explain one reason why they are not going off to try and set a personal best or championship record time. They're going to be content to run a nice easy pace at the beginning. We imagine the pace will pick up in the second half of this race, and we'll find out who wants to go for a top of the spot podium finish. Some of the athletes having a little more difficulty getting that cup. You can see our support crew spread out all down that back stretch, handing out water to the athletes as they go. And if you are particularly strategic, you might see a jump from an athlete. It may happen on that backstretch while the athletes are looking for water. You may see one or two escapes. But they're taking their turns at the front. This is Sohail Boufrizi, the junior from Wingate. His time now need to lead them through. 6:58 there. And now just under 7 laps to go. So we're still just closing out the first half of this race. We do expect that the second half will be a bit more of a speed run. Doesn't look like too many athletes are picking up water this time around. The overall pace has picked up a little bit after consecutive 400-meter splits of 77, 78. This one down to 75, 76. And you can see now, literally, as they come down the backstretch, the pace quickens. And they have really opened it up quite a bit here. And as the field stretches out, now we're going to have a race with 6 laps to go. The race is on. So it's still going to be called the 5,000 meters, but the first half of this race being used to get comfortable, get loose. The race now on. Felix Perrier of Azusa Pacific. He's the one at the front.
Considerate of the pace early on before winding this one up with Legine on his outside.
And now they are just about single file on the backstretch. And Ponsa of West Texas A&M is at the front. The green of Adams State currently running second there. And as they come down this home stretch, when they hit that finish line there, that will be the 3,000 meter mark. So a good chance for us to now gauge the time. 3,000 meters into this at about 9:12, 9:13 for the 3,000. So if our steeplechase athletes, they would be finished by now, but another 2,000 meters here, and you can see the pace definitely quickening as the athletes are spread out into one long file. So nobody really out of the race yet, but those at the back need to keep touch because the pace is not going to slow down again. It is going to continue to increase down the back stretch. And with each lap, we'll probably see the field thin out even more in this 5,000 meters. Straight single file across the north curve. And they're going to have just 4 laps to go once they cross our finish line here. And Ponsa from West Texas A&M, he is still the leader on the track. Romain Legendre of Adams State, he is running second. He had the fastest qualifying time this season. And of course, he has come down in altitude from Alamosa, while Aponza from West Texas A&M assuming that is probably a similar altitude to Emporia, Kansas here. Sam Wilhelm from Alabama Huntsville has settled into third position. And in the orange again, that is Peter Kipkemboy from East Central. Felix Perrier of Azusa Pacific and Simon Kaladi of Western Colorado are rounding out that top 6. Still have about 10 in contact with our leaders, but as that pace quickens again down the home stretch here, you see 4 athletes at the front with 5 trying to keep in contact. And with 3 laps to go, you can see the turnover at the front, the legs. We've had the top 2 go, Amponsa and Legender. Down the backstretch now, starting to shape into what may be a 2-man race to the final. Again, the top 8 will score. Pitt State does not have a runner in this race. And Ponce from West Texas A&M. They're second overall, and they are leading this race. So if they pick up 10 points here, that would match those 10 points that Pitt State scored in the 200. But they both look pretty strong here. Just over 800 meters, 2 laps to go. Kim Ponce has been setting the pace, and the longer legs of Legendre from Adams State. 2 laps to go now for our leaders. He's slowly been creeping up, but that's Josfat Meli from Harding, the freshman. He was about 10 deep, but he has now moved up into that 3rd position and is chasing them. I don't know if he can get across the gap. Again, no sign of any slowing down at the front. But it is hot out there, so don't count out Meli leading that chase group of Perrier and Wilhelm. They are 3, 4, 5 on the track, but at the top of the track now, just over 500 meters to go. These are the 2 leaders. We'll see how long Legendre wants to stay behind. The junior from Adams State against the junior from West Texas State. Very familiar with each other, running in indoors and outdoor championships. Just over 1 lap to go, so and Ponce is going to take us into the bell lap. 400 meters to go. We'll find out who has the strength in their legs to finish this kick. They're side by side now at the bottom of the curve, and there is the first move. The long legs of Legendre of Adams State. He must feel confident. He goes with about 300 meters left in the race, and he's already opened that up to a 10-yard lead. Just 200 meters to go. And Ponce still running second, but that gap is closing. But here comes our leader off the track for the final time. The long legs of Romain Legendre of Adams State. He's going to win this race. And Ponce finds enough strength. He's going to finish second. And look at this finish. Hamza Chahid of Wingate. He is going to come from way back to get the bronze. Legendre is going to run 14:36. And Ponce 14:40. And that is Chahid. Maybe waited just a little bit too long today, but he'll get bronze at 14:41. And you can see the times and places of our top 7, 8, 9 finishers there. And again, Wingate, with all their 5 athletes in this race, only scoring maybe 1 position there. Legree won the steeplechase yesterday, could not come back and have as much success in this 5,000. He'll finish in 11th place at 15 flat. His teammate Laros at 15:02. And then Bofrizi also running the steeplechase yesterday. He'll be 15:18. And Pop for Wingate will close out the group. So not quite a successful 5,000 meters for Wingate, but all props for qualifying 5 to the finals. And you can see the toll this takes on them. I think for most of us here, the weather is pleasant, if not on the warm side, but any distance runner will tell you they would prefer it to be much cooler than it is right now here in the mid-80s, and the humidity feeling like the upper 80s for this 5,000 meters. So the time's a bit slower than hoped, but their success there, you see getting the accolades from his teammates. The happy Romain Legendre, he'll take yet another national championship home to Alamosa and the Adams State Grizzlies. The Grizzlies currently not ranked in the top 7 on the men's side, which is a rarity for Adams State, a perennial podium team. This year for our indoor season, the men from Adams State were 3rd, Grand Valley was 2nd, Pitt State, of course, the winners on their home track in the indoor season. Last year, Adams State men were in 3rd place overall behind Texas, West Texas A&M, and Pitt State. But the results of this race not yet entered, but Adams State not anywhere near the top 5. So just a little bit of time now before we get our women out here. They are scheduled to begin at 5:25, so just about 5 minutes away. So we'll go ahead and we'll take another quick break here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes to Emporia State and the finals of the women's 5,000 meters. NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Track and Field Championships. We just watched the men's 5,000, and you can see that the pace was a bit slower in the first half of the race due to the heat and the exhaustion of athletes who have been competing in multiple events. We're just about ready to see how the women react to this start time of 88 degrees with some humidity. Crowd's temperature about 84, feels like 88. And a little breeze out there, hopefully keeping them cool. But the men seem to suffer a little bit through the heat in the first half of the race, and we're quite content to have a pedestrian first half before the pace picking up in the second half of that race. What you see now, the starting line for the women's 5,000, this is the largest field. There is a lack of consistency with the qualifying system, so each event here at the NCAA Division II Championships may feature a different amount of athletes. That's just a little bit different from Division I, when you know it is going to be a top 48 qualifier. So we are scheduled for 24 women to compete in this women's 5,000, and as they are getting ready over at the starting line, we'll run through the field for you. It should include Emily Shulkoff of Adams State, although she did fall in the steeplechase and wind up with an ankle injury, but it looks like she is over there on the outside getting ready to compete in this 5,000. Marissa Dietri of Chico State, she was a podium finisher in the steeplechase. Florence Uwajaniza from West Texas A&M, she was 4th last year. She won the indoor 5K, and she won the 10,000 meters that kicked off our competition on Thursday night. Betty Bajica of West Texas A&M is in the field, along with her teammate Sarah Kumson. We've got Kylie Anitik from Edinburgh, Elizabeth Walmsley from Hillsdale, Leah Taylor from Western Colorado, Katharina Gottschall from the Academy of Art, Hannah Smirka from Lewis, Brianna Robles from Adams State. She was second last year. Morgan Hikes is from Adams State and in the field. Zoe Baker from the Colorado School of Mines. Deller Molina from Chico State. Tristan Spence from Adams State. Allison Beasley from Western Colorado. She also went hard down in the preliminaries of the steeplechase, so we hope to see her out there. Gracie Hyde of Adams State is scheduled to be in this race. Don't know if we'll see her. She won the steeplechase, and she earlier won the 1500 today. Riley McGrath of the Colorado School of Mines, Anna Fauski from UCCS, Claudia O'Malley from Grand Valley, Molly Maskin from Colorado School of Mines, Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific, Maggie McCluskey from Adams State, and Kaylee Byer from Winona State. See a number of names are multiple events. They'll qualify, but they may not choose to run in every event. We've seen that throughout the day with some of the athletes here. And they may not decide which events they're actually going to compete in until they are actually on the track. So a lot of times you'll get the intentions of running in multiple races, but if you win your first race and you think that took a lot out of you, you may not enter a second race. And the flip side of that, if you're a little bit disappointed in an earlier race, at least you have another one to come back to. So we'll get the field set a little bit tighter as the race goes on, but we're underway now. Again, 24 athletes were scheduled to compete. I do see Sholkoff out there, the junior from Adams State, so that's good to see after she did not finish the steeplechase preliminaries. Do not see Hyde out there for Adams State, so after the 2 victories for her in the steeplechase in the 1500, she's called it good. So definitely we'll have a smaller field, and you can see as they come down this home stretch, women are following the take of the men, a very slow start to this race. So the humidity's out there, the exhaustion of competing in a 3-day championships. Most of these athletes competed in the 10,000 or another event, and so they are going to be quite content also to get a little faster than a jog, but they are in no hurry as they run down the back stretch here. Looks like we did end up with 22 athletes starting the race. Gracie Hyde of Adams State, Allison Beasley of Western Colorado, the 2 DNSs. And, well, we know that Hyde won 2 gold medals already. We'll hope the best for Allison Beasley. She did hit one of the barriers in the steeplechase preliminaries and did not finish that race. So we will hope that the sophomore from Western Colorado is okay and able to join us again soon. There you do see an athlete go down, though. That's what happens sometimes. You've got that many together, and all it takes is somebody to clip an ankle, but that's a tough fall for Annika Esvelt of Seattle Pacific. She pops right back up, and she'll have that adrenaline and the heart pumping after that fall, but a quick tumble and roll, but she is now back caught up with the pack. And that's what happens sometimes in these longer races. Something happens, and the time that you are slowed by the fall, that gets mixed-matched by the adrenaline that comes afterwards. And if you're following her around, she is all the way back up into 3rd place now, Annika Esvelt. So she goes down coming off the curve, and she has popped up and streaked through the field, and she is now settled into 3rd spot. So hopefully she'll be all right. At some point that adrenaline will stop and it'll settle back into her, but that tumble may or may not have taken a little bit out of her. But she is back there in 3rd place, hip number 3, and as the field stretched out, hopefully she'll be safe coming off the curve this time on the track. You see the field has spread out, so they just took that 1 lap relatively slow to begin the race, but we've got Katharina Gottschall of the Academy of Art. She's been running in multiple races this weekend and podium finishes. Brianna Robles from Adams State in the green. You've seen her in just about every distance race over the past few years. She may have more silver medals than any other athlete. The junior from Adams State, often finishing second on the track. She was third in the 10,000 meters on Thursday night. And picking up the pace a little bit there has not necessarily split the field, but it has spread out the field. That will make it a little bit safer as they continue around the track, but it also has caused some athletes to fall to the back. And once you have fallen off the pack in any sport, it is tough to get back into the group. Got about 15 running together in this first group, all with contact, but it'll be 3 across. Gottschall, Robles, and Esvelt running 1, 2, 3 as they come down the home stretch here. And that does look like Florence Uwajaniza of West Texas A&M. She has settled in there on the inside in that 4th position. Still too early to worry about getting boxed in. The field is spread out enough that only one person is going to be outside of you. You see more shoving there at the front, and one athlete takes 1 step inside the track. No foul there, of course. But don't let anyone ever tell you that track is a non-contact sport. Any distance runner will tell you that in anything from the 800 and up, when you're not running in your lane, there's going to be quite a bit of pushing and shoving, and sometimes it's every man or woman for themselves and not wanting to get muscled around. Well, our leader, this is the athlete who fell, Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific. Just a few laps ago in this exact spot is where she went down, but she popped up. Does not look any worse for wear. Maybe a little strawberry there on her right hip, just above her hip number. You can see where she may have taken a tumble on the track there, but she's using that to her advantage now with 8 laps to go. The pace has been a consistent 78, 76, 77, 78 seconds for most of our leaders. So they've settled into that pace. You see we've lost about 8 or 9 runners now off that lead group. But at this point in the race, they've kind of gauged that heat. They know what to expect. And as they now have 7.5 laps to go, we will start to see who feels like if they want to win, they're going to have to push the pace just a little bit further. Just taking a quick look back to that 10,000 meters on Thursday evening. Uwajaniza of West Texas A&M, she won it. Esvelt was second and Robles was third. So our top 3 finishers in the 10K all up there near the front. In fact, running 1, 2, 3 right now. So what may feel like a warm-up or a sprint for our 10,000 meter runners, they are all out front in this 5,000 meters. And like any track athlete, if you ask them which they prefer, the 10,000 or the 5,000, most of them are going to say, whatever's next. Put me out there, I'll run it. I'll run anything. 1,500 would be a good speed workout. A 10,000 meters, probably the longest they are running at this point. But it would be safe to assume that many of these runners in their post-collegiate years, they're trying not to shake out the competitive spirit. They will be running their first marathons before too long. Esvelt continuing to set the pace. Robles making her presence known off the shoulder. In the 10K, it was the other way. Robles set the pace for the majority of the race with Uwajaniza on her shoulder. So they'll try out different strategies along the way. The teammates from West Texas A&M now moving up. Betty Bajika and Sarah Kumson into those 4th and 5th spots. So West Texas A&M looking for a big push in our women's 5,000 meters. "12 athletes clinging together in this first group that you see on the track. Once you fall off the back, the odds of getting back into it are not going to be very good, especially when you have front runners who you know are not going to slow down. So keeping that pace up for as long as you can may take its toll. And we may be losing another 3 here as they adjust for the water. But we've got 9 through the top of the curve with 3 just off that pace, and then the rest of the field now spreading out behind them. They'll have 5 laps to go when they cross the finish line this time, and no change at the front other than Robles not really challenging Esvelt, but running beside her as much as she is running off of her shoulder. Keep an eye on Florence Uwajaniza, the senior from West Texas A&M. She is just sitting there comfortably in that 3rd spot, letting the other 2 do all the work. And as this group of 8 head down the backstretch, we'll see. They're all thinking about when they are ready to go. And there's Robles actually going to the front and Uwajaniza with her. So we'll see if Esvelt can stay with the group. Again, she took that tumble earlier in the race, expended a lot of energy to get back up to the front. She went from 1st to 3rd in less than half a lap. But at time we still have that group of 8. We did see that in the 10,000 meters a lot. Surge, slow down, surge, slow down. Just making sure that none of the other athletes can lock into a nice pace. The front runners are going to change up that pace a little bit, challenge the athletes, wear them down a little bit. They're probably a little more confident in what they can do. But as they come down the home stretch this time, again, Robles and Uwajaniza running together. And there goes Uwajaniza, 4 laps to go, and she has now moved to the front. Robles goes with her. We'll see if the rest of the pack can follow along. The last 3 laps for Uwajaniza, 82, 82, 82, and 81. And you see now that those 2 have made the break. So they feel the best. Just over 3.5 laps to go. You've got Florence Uwajaniza, the senior from West Texas A&M, and Brianna Robles, the junior from Adams State. They finished 1st and 3rd on Thursday night in the 10K. And if the heat and humidity is going to play a factor in this race, you'd have to say it favors Uwajaniza from West Texas A&M over Robles, who comes from the high altitude of Alamosa, Colorado. And that's the way it seems to be playing out here, as now with just over 3 laps to go, Florence Uwajaniza taking matters into her own hands. The senior knows this may be her last race at the national championships, and she wants to again take control and make sure that she finishes on her terms. What'll happen here in the heat, they may feel good in the first half of the race, but if they expend too much energy and their body is fighting to stay cool, the collapse can happen quickly. You can go from contending and being on the podium to dropping way back, and generally you're going to find a few of those athletes who have run a different type of race where they have gone out slower, laid back, and then they feel better at the end of the race, and they will start picking off the runners in front of them, counting those top 8 spots and hoping to get a place on the podium. But it may matter not to Florence Urwajaniza. She is looking and feeling really good as she comes down this home stretch for the next lap. She'll have 2 laps to go now, just 800 meters to go. We're going to be right about 14 flat on the clock for Urwajaniza. Robles, the pace has slowed a little bit. And in this chase pack now we have 5 athletes all running together hoping for that bronze medal, and that is Adam States. Excuse me, that's Adam State's Maggie McCleskey, who has moved up into 3rd place. So Adam State looking right now for picking up 15 points in this race, the running 2nd and 3rd. But still going to be quite a chase for that silver medal position. We'll see our top 2 leaders now coming off the curve for the penultimate time. And it does not look like Florence Urwajaniza is going to slow down at all. Just over 1 lap to go for her. Robles is coming back. I think Robles may have picked up the pace. She may be too far behind with 1 lap to go now. But this will be the bell lap and possibly the last time we will see Florence Urwajaniza in a West Texas A&M uniform, her final national championships for the seniors. She's leading. She's on her final lap. Robles is on her final lap. McCleskey now with some separation. She is in 3rd place and in her final lap. Urwajaniza now just starting to lap runners on the track. But she's only going to catch 1. Does not look like Robles has what's in her to catch her. Just 200 meters to go now to the finish for Florence Urwajaniza. And we're going to watch her come around the track here, seeing one of the more prolific distance runners over the last few years of Division II. She's here looking around, just going to make sure nobody's there behind her. She's going to come off the curve. We'll see if we can get a smile out of Florence here as she knows that she's going to win this race. And this is going to be her last time competing at the NCAA championships. Robles is finishing hard, but she is too far behind. So Florence Urwajaniza is going to win this race. She's going to be about 16:32, hands up in victory. Robles is going to be 2nd. She's just going to be about 5 seconds behind. Here comes the race for 3rd. Maggie McCleskey of Adams is holding on. Can she hold it? 10 more yards. It's going to be a close finish here. But yes, Adams State is going to get 3rd as well as 2nd. McCleskey. Winona State with a strong finish for 4th. Marissa Dietry, she's going to get another podium finish as she will finish 5th. Kylie Anichich from Edinburgh will be 6th. Annika Esvelt will slip to 7th, but that's still a podium finish for the junior from Seattle Pacific. And our final podium spot's going to go to Elizabeth Walmsley of Hillsdale at 16:55. And as the remainder of our athletes finish up this race, still a few runners out there on the course, they'll be quite happy. And a cool spot to sit down. One thing we are going to find in track and field, we're not going to get too many athletes running this 5,000 and then coming back to run the 4x4 100-meter relay. In high school, I have seen that happen from time to time. You'll have a really good 3,200-meter runner who can run one more lap around the track and contribute to their team's 4x400, but we're not going to see any of these 5,000-meter runners in our collegiate 4x400 meter relays. So we're down now to the final two races of the day. At first it's going to be the men's 4x400 meter relay, obviously. So they will be coming out taking the blocks. All track fans know how exciting the 4x400 is. Obviously at the national meet we will not see the excitement on the field. We all remember those high school meets and even some collegiate meets where you see the teammates running back and forth across the field to cheer on their athletes in this 4x400. But the stands are looking good here. As we look out over under the press box at the home stretch, the stands, while not full, there are a good amount of people here. We can look just beyond the finish line, a whole crew of Adams State Grizzlies wearing their green, fluorescent green and dark green proudly. A lot of red in the stands at the finish line representing Pittsburgh State. But a lot of our teams, especially those who are not in a hurry to catch an airplane or have a long drive home tonight. And even some standing ovations from some teammates here in the press box and down on the field. Everybody's excited when you see these athletes coming down the track for this 4x400 meter race. You can see a pretty good crowd there. The backstretch, not too many people over there on the backside. That is where the media and the coaches. But here when you look at the home side on the underneath the press box there, that looks pretty full. And all those people enjoying the weather. And we've stayed ahead of the storm. The storm has slowed down quite a bit, so by the time the storms roll here into Emporia, Kansas, everybody should be long gone and this stadium cleaned up. It's been a very, very successful 2024 National Championship meet for Emporia. They can be very proud of the facility here. It is held up under scrutiny, and the fans have loved coming out. Very spectator-friendly stadium here for not just the running events but also the field events, and very friendly people here from Emporia State helping us put on this great meet. You can see the athletes taking their runouts for this race. We are going to have 8 teams who have qualified yesterday and come back to run this relay. It should not make a significant change in the team standings at this point, but we will have our top teams competing. For the men's 4x400, in lane 1, it's going to be Grand Valley State. Grand Valley State currently in third. That's the women's. They're in third. They're in third in the women's. They're fifth in the men's. They've got 38.5 points, so a big victory here could propel them into the top 4, but we'll see Grand Valley State with the team of Harris, Prey, Gay, and Rhodes. In lane 2, Fresno Pacific, scheduled to see Fox, Palmer, Jimenez, and Cook. Lee, Tennessee will be in lane 3 with Masengu, Shaw, Jackson, and Steele. Lane 4 will be Northwest Missouri, the team of Jansen, Monday, Ariano, and Hare. They did have the fastest qualifying time yesterday at 3:07:10. Pittsburgh State, they won the indoor 4x4. 3 of the 4 are on this outdoor team. Pittsburgh State will offer Chapman, Stone, Williams, and Tudor. Lane 6, Mississippi College, the team of Clay, Stewart, Hodson, and Foster. In lane 7, the Academy of Art will feature Ham, Oboe, Ince, and Marlin. And in lane 8, they were third last year, so don't count out Lenore Rhine. They will have the team of Crumpler, Ajay, Wadsworth, and McGill.
The competition. This is the men's 4x400 meter relay. Folks, before we do that, just a quick note here. I'd like y'all to bear with me. We've got an important note here. Our starter has been with us.
And as we look at the team scores for the men, 19 of 21 events have been scored. So not sure exactly which of the other events has not been counted in there. That could be any 5K, or there could be a protest that has caused a delay in the scoring. But if we look on our live results right now for our men's scoring, we see that Pittsburgh State has 70, West Texas A&M has 64. Now, that shouldn't make too much of a difference because West Texas A&M is not in this race and Pittsburgh State is. So even if we do have some kind of protest and a change in our scoring, shouldn't make too much of a difference. And we have just been informed that there is a question with the 400-meter hurdle final results, and the good news for the team scoring is that will not affect any of the overall team scoring, but of course those individuals would be very concerned. So we'll try and get you an update. Hopefully that will be fixed before the conclusion of this meet. Officials are working on it. But as we go into this 4x400 meter relay, Pittsburgh State, coming out of lane 5, has the luxury of knowing that they should have locked up the team title here. Of course, getting disqualified in this race means no points, but as long as they finish this race, they will score. But they want to win, and they do come in here with the second fastest qualifying time, just behind Northwest Missouri State. So everybody's running for pride, everybody's running for medals, and for some of them, yes, this is the last race of their collegiate career. And they will want to go out knowing that they gave their best. So we're underway now. Again, this from the inside out. It's Grand Valley State, Fresno Pacific, Lee, Tennessee, Northwest Missouri, Pitt State, Mississippi College, Academy of Art, and Lenoir-Rhyne. Stagger holding up pretty much down that back stretch. Lane 1, Grand Valley State closing a little bit, and on the outside, Academy of Art maybe closing the stagger. But again, as we know in this race is generally won in the 10 yards either side of the exchange, as the incoming athletes are slowing down and the outgoing athletes are speeding up. That is where you can make a big, big push in this race. It's a 3-curve stagger, so second leg here, they will not break. They'll have to run in their lane. So Fresno Pacific in lane 2 is out very well. That's Pitt State in the red in the middle of the track. They may be our leaders at the break. As they hit the straightaway there, you can see that it is indeed Pitt State going to the front, but the Academy of Art taking the long and most efficient point. They move up side by side. So we've got Pitt State and Academy of Art, and then on the inside, that's Fresno Pacific as they come off the curve here in this second leg. Again, Pitt State, a second fastest time in here, but this is where you see the change. The Pitt State second leg slowing down just a little bit, while Fresno Pacific surging to the finish line. So at the midway point, Fresno Pacific with the lead. Pitt State still slips to third, and that is Northwest Missouri State. So the two teams we expected to be at the front at the end, they're running second and third now, Northwest Missouri State and Pitt State. Fresno Pacific still in the lead. This is the third leg on the track. Academy of Art now moving back into contention, and that is Mississippi College in the gray on black. And both schools behind them also finishing very strong, so we're going to have exactly what we wanted here, a tight finish. Pitt State wrapping up the third leg very strong. Pitt State's going to have the lead. It's going to be theirs to lose. Northwest Missouri State will finish this third leg in second, and we'll see what happens in this final leg. It is Pitt State's race to lose. Pitt State already having won the team title, so you know they want nothing more to finish in style. Northwest Missouri State, proud school, has beaten Pittsburgh State in the conference meet. Fresno Pacific representing the West Coast, trying to show what they can do, and the Academy of Art now moving up into contention. But we are in the final 100 meters. Pitt State looks very strong off the curve. Here comes Northwest Missouri State. We're going to have a sprint to the finish. Pitt State had that lead, but here come the Bearcats from Northwest Missouri. Who's going to win this 4x400? What a finish! Too close to call from this angle. Northwest Missouri State, they are going to come back and win. In the prelims, they had 1/100th of a second difference, and look at this. In the finals, they win by 4/100ths of a second. So Northwest Missouri State, they're going to have the pride of the MIAA conference. They are going to be national champions in our 4x400 meter relay. Pitt State's going to take silver, but with the solace of knowing that they have won the team title. We see their anchor leg there down at the finish line, so we'll hope he's all right. It's got to be a little disheartening to know that you did just get pipped at the line, but I'm sure his athletes are checking on his welfare. They're also telling him he did great. 45-16. That was Sam Tudor on the anchor for Pitt State. He'll run a 46-10, so you run a 46-10 anchor split. And his teammates telling him, hey, you ran great. It's okay. We didn't win, but it was nothing on you, but we've got a gold medal as a team. And there you see the Northwest Missouri team coming over, giving their congratulations. So the MIAA conference very proud as they will take first and second. And there again you see the Northwest Missouri State Bearcats quietly celebrating their huge comeback. So all props again to anchor leg Truman Hare for Northwest Missouri, 45-16, and just enough to win at the finish line. And as the women now get ready for their race, we're going to show you a quick look at the podium for that women's 5,000 meters just completed. Fourth place there getting her medal or award, Kaylee Beyer of Winona State. Maggie McCleskey of Adams State will take her third place medal award home to Alamosa. Yet again, Brianna Robles, the junior from Adams State, she has more silver finishes than just about any athlete over the past 3 years. She'll take those, but she's still going to be trying hard for gold. The gold this year is going to go to the senior Florence Urugeniza from West Texas A&M. She won the 10,000 meters on Thursday night. She'll capture the gold national championship award tonight. The senior running 16:33. That is another facility record. Yet another facility record being broken here by Urugeniza. And that's going to take us to our final race. It's always this time of year, this time of the meet on a Saturday when athletes are wrapping up a successful day. As we look out, we see a lot of smiles around the track. A lot of happiness here as a season concludes. Good weather all day. A lot of awards being presented. And now just one final race on the track. And again, if there's anybody who can breathe a big sigh of relief, it is going to be the coaches at Pitt State. They have put together both men's and women's teams that have pulled off, for what at Pitt State, an unprecedented double. First time ever. They've both won individual team titles, but they've never been able to put them together at the same time. And it's obviously not quite official yet, but Pittsburgh State is going to win the men's team title and the women's team title. As we go into this women's race, Pittsburgh State and Adams State, the top two, but 25 points separating them. And Adams State is not in the field, so they are not going to close. So Pitt State, again, they can do the same thing the men tried to do. They can go out with authority. They want to win this last race as much as they want to have won the team title. Here are your lane assignments now for the 4x400. From the inside out, that's Findlay, the team of Ray, Jordan, Taylor, Ellis, and Ivory. In lane 2, Cal Poly Pomona, you have the team of Thomas, Quinniat, Milton, and Fields. Angelo State will be in lane 3 with McDaniel, Cabo, Frush, and Findlay. In lane 4, the team from Lincoln. It's Clark Giddings, Thomas, Nanton, and George. Northwest Missouri, they are the defending national champions, and they just saw their men win the title, so Northwest Missouri feeling a little bit there. They've got the team of Sains, Toledo, Harp, and Huey, the same 4 athletes that won the national championship last year and won the indoor 4x400. So they'll be the team to beat. Also in lane 6, Azusa Pacific with Verner, Medley, Ayamer, and Holmes. Pitt State, the team champion, they're in 7 with Morgan, Hall, Johnson, and Edwards. And on the outside, that's Fresno Pacific, scheduled with Copeland, Green, Vera, and Heslip. Gun is up, and the athletes settling into their marks. This is the final race of the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Championships. 4x400 meters for women, the final race on the track. The gun is up. And a clean start in this 3-stagger 4x400 meter relay. Again, the team to beat has to be Northwest Missouri, defending champions, indoor champions, all 4 runners returning. And they have quickly made up the stagger there down the back stretch. They are wearing the white on green and in lane 5. Pittsburgh State outside of them in lane 7, running for pride as well. You saw that men's race where Pitt State led the entire way and Northwest Missouri State just pipped them at the line. So the women will be remembering that and trying to get some revenge there. Running well on the inside, Angelo State's Zakiah McDaniel. Again, this is a 3-curve stagger, so we won't exactly know who the leader is until the break. Looks like the batons being exchanged. Angelo State on the inside with a good exchange. Fresno Pacific on the outside. But now as you see the stagger start to even out on the other side, the middle of the track will take the lead, and that is Northwest Missouri State in 2nd place. Angelo State in 3rd place. And that looks like it is going to be Lincoln who will be leading coming off the curve. Lincoln, Northwest Missouri State, and Angelo State as we approach the midway point of this race. Angelo State is going to have the lead heading into the 3rd leg. Northwest Missouri State and Lincoln will hold on. They'll be in 3rd place. Pitt State has fallen back into 6th position on the track. You see the long legs of Odisha Nanton of Lincoln. Now she charges into the lead down the back stretch. Lincoln always represented well in their women's relay teams. Nanton has taken them into 1st place. Angelo State still running 2nd. Northwest Missouri, they are 3rd, but definitely still in contention. And as we come down the home stretch here, they may be 3 across, which means that anchor leg is going to be the determiner for the national championship. Fresno Pacific moving up in 4th, but at the exchange it is going to be Lincoln, Angelo State, Northwest Missouri State. We know the men's team needed Northwest Missouri State. You needed that 45-10 quarter split to win it. Missouri State, Northwest Missouri State women putting themselves in the same position. They're going to run from 3rd. And if they're going to win the national championship here, the fastest 400-meter split is going to have to come from the anchor leg. That's Tiffany Huey. And we saw Tiffany Huey earlier winning an individual gold. Angelo State with Finley holding in there. And we've got what we wanted. 100 meters left in this year's national championships. And still anybody can win. Northwest Missouri State and Angelo State. Angelo State now into the lead. Northwest Missouri State's going to fight it. One final surge there, but no, Angelo State is going to win. Angelo State, the team of McDaniel, Cabo, Frush, and Finley, they are going to run 3:32.88. That is going to be, of course, what a perfect way to end it. Here in the women's 4x400. Northwest Missouri State will be second. Lincoln is third. And there you see not only the results of this women's 4x400 meter relay, but we do see the team scores to the right. Sounds like they have cleared up the protest and any confusion that there was in the men's results, because the men's results and the women's results both now with all of their events scored. Pittsburgh State on the men's side, 74 points. That's going to be enough to beat West Texas A&M 64. Harding has 50. Those women's results have not been updated with this 4x400 meter relay yet. Pittsburgh State did take sixth in this relay, so they're going to pick up 3 points. So they will finish with an even 100 points on the women's side. Adams State did not run in the 4x4, so they'll be second with 72, and it'll be Azusa Pacific moving up and finishing with 44 points. They will be third on the women's side. So there you see the champions from Angelo State, totally exhausted. That's exactly what you want to see. The sun shining, the shadows long, the end of the season for most of these athletes. And Angelo State can bask in the fact that when they have the energy to get up, they're going to head over to the podium. But they will be on top of the podium, and they will be collecting their championship trophies. So you can see there, everybody enjoying the long shadows at the end of a good day. Blue sky again. Do not see very many clouds in sight. And what this means is the athletes now just getting their recovery in. You can see some teams starting to make their way to their team camps or their vans. And then, of course, we will see the teams coming down to collect their team championships. We still have to present our 4x400 meter relays for both the men and the women. So we'll take a short break now. We'll be back with the presentation of our relays and our team. And welcome back one more time to Emporia, Kansas. We are on the campus of Emporia State University, and we have just wrapped up this year's NCAA Division II Men's and Women's National Track and Field Championships. You can see there the teams and athletes milling about the stadium, the fans starting to gather their belongings. It's sad, usually this type on a Saturday at the end of a meet. A long season, all coming down to the final competition, but for the most part we're seeing smiles and congratulations and hugs out there on the field, as many athletes competing for the final time and many athletes just thinking, I'll be back next year. Next year we will be in Pueblo, Colorado once again for the Division II National Championships, and then in 2026 we will be back here in Emporia State. Two great facilities, two great committees, and our Division II track and field athletes, coaches, spectators have much to look forward to. You can see there the green and gold of Adams State, the red of Pitt State and Academy of Art. We're still waiting to present our final two sets of individual relay awards, the 4x400 and the 4x400 for women and men. And then, of course, we will present our team trophies. We'd like to thank all of you who have been following along with us on the live stream. It's a pleasure to be able to watch and call all of these races, these incredible athletes, just some incredible performances, some names that have surprised us, and then some of the names who we have become familiar with over the past few years. One thing it might be interesting, we've had fireworks the past two nights. Our first night we finished a little bit later because of the rain delay. It was dark and we had fireworks off in the distance. Last night the meet concluding around dusk. It was still light, but we did have a fireworks celebration. The teams now, you see lots of smiles out there. That's Angelo State. They won that women's 4x400. There you see Minnesota State getting those pictures in. Last opportunity for a complete team picture. When you have a team with that many athletes here at the national championship, it's rare that every single one of those people will ever be together again in the same place. And that's just the way it works in collegiate athletics, with athletes graduating or athletes transferring, and success and failures. Heading off to the national meet is a special experience for all these athletes and coaches. And some of them will have a plane ride home, some of them will have a long van or bus ride, and of course some of them will split up here and go their separate ways. But this is great. The weather's good. The sun shines out. We're seeing far more smiles out there, seeing the congratulations from teams with each other. Looks like we're trying to get our men's 4x400 meter relay teams to make their way to the award stand. There's not going to be a whole lot of drama as we present our team champions, but that will be a very, very special moment for the coaches, the administrators, the fans, and of course the athletes at Pittsburgh State. Pittsburgh State transforming itself into a Division II track and field powerhouse. Over the past few years, they've won both the men's and women's team titles, but never at the same meet at the same time. And they had a chance this indoor season. Pitt State hosted the indoor nationals, and while the men won, the women could only finish second at indoor nationals, but that'll be different today.
3:11:32 on the clock. That is the Bears of Lenore Rye. Next, across the line in 7:3:09:84, the Thunders of Pacific. Your sixth place team, 3:09:47, the Lakers of Grand Valley State. 3, Dearborn Knights to the Academy of Arts. In the third, 308.53, the Choctaws of Mississippi College. Your runner-up today by just 400 seconds, 306.45, the Gorillas of Pittsburgh State. And your 2024 champions of the men's 4x4, new facility record 306.41, Prince Griffin, Gavin Monday, Logan Congratulations, Jay, to your top 18, the men's relay.
See you later. My dad will get them for you.
And there you see the winners of that men's 4x400 meter relay. Lots of hardware to be taken home. Some of these athletes needing a lot more room in those suitcases, as we have some athletes who have walked off with 2, 3, and even 4 of those individual championship trophies.
Fans, can we have your attention, please? We do have a wallet here.
So when we start to look at
Are you in the
the
facility?
special achievements of some of these athletes, some names will always stand out. Minnesota State's Denisha Cartwright going out on top. The multiple hurdle state national champion. She's a 3-time winner indoors in the 60-meter hurdles, a 3-time champion in the 100-meter hurdles. She was favored 3rd in the 200 this afternoon, yet managed to take home yet another gold medal and a championship. And we will miss the senior here. Just we miss all the seniors, especially those who have won multiple titles over multiple seasons. The family is small in track and field, and even smaller for Division II. And while every year there are some athletes who have a successful season and may transfer to a Division I school, not as many as you would think. And many of these athletes back here for their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seasons. And in this case of the pandemic, some even here for the 5th time. And we mentioned before that this may be the last year of the COVID seniors, barring a few exceptional cases and unique cases. The 5th COVID year now will have expired after this season, and that'll make it much easier for everybody next year to know exactly what year they are. So we still have to present our women's 4x400 meter relays, and then of course we'll present our team champions. So we invite you to stick around, whether your team is getting an award or not. But we know we have quite a few Pitt State Gorilla fans who will be watching this not only live, but watching it for time to come. So when we get to our team championships, we'll make sure that we have our cameras wide and can capture all the fans from Pitt State, both the men and the women. Good news for Pitt State, they won't have long to get home. Pittsburgh, Kansas, just about an hour or so east of here. And many of their athletes homegrown. When you get to Division II, you don't have the athletes from all across the country going far and wide. Most of the athletes competing in Division II grew up and attended high school relatively near to where they are competing in college. Most of them are here for the love of track and field. Of course, that's not to say that any of them aren't on their way to bigger and better things. We know that we have our multi-event champions. Our heptathlon champion with an automatic qualifier for the Olympic trials. Our decathlon champion just missed the automatic qualifier by 2 points, but depending on the scores from our other professional and Division I athletes across the country, the top 18 should advance to the trials, so we would fully expect Pitt State's Hunter Green to make it to the Olympic trials. Then on the flip side, we'll have some athletes here who will walk off the track very sad. They'll know that this was it. This was the end of their career. But making it to the national meet is a lot better than walking off the track at your conference meet or being injured and not able to even compete at the end of the season. So we're just waiting for those final results to get in. The organizers have now set up the trophies for our women's 4x400. We see some of the teams making their way towards that podium. But everybody's enjoying the good weather and the sunshine. The wind may have picked up just a little bit, but it is still warm, still over 80 degrees here in Emporia, Kansas. We'll obviously want to wish all of our teams, officials, and spectators safe travels on their way home. As we look around the stadium, you see lots of picture taking. Well, as we said, we're just waiting for the 4x400 relay for women to make their way to the award stand. Can't really tell what the delay is, but that's what we're waiting for. And then we'll quickly be able to move into the team trophy presentation. So I'll take a break and we'll just let you listen to the Nat sound of Saturday at the end of a track meet.
All of our officials and volunteers over the last 3 days who helped make these meets happen. Again, it does take more than a village to pull off a championship like this. Several long, hot days for our officials across the events here. Thank you for all your work. We'll go back to the awards podium here for the presentation of the 4x4.
So our women's 4x4 relays together up at the awards stand. We've got top 8. All 8 of our performers in the women's 4x4 relays. They can move to the awards stand. 4x4. Giver of Angelo State. Just about to get in position. Tom's cowboy hat moving this direction. And finishing in 8th place, the team from Cal Poly Pomona. Finishing in 7th. The team from Finley. In 5th place for the 342 State. In 5th place for the 338-65 Fresno Pacific. In 4th place with a 337.74 Azusa Pacific. Finishing in 3rd, 334.35, the team from Lincoln. Finishing in 2nd with a 333.23. Northwest Missouri. And winning the women's 4x4 relay at 332.88, Zakia McDaniel, Guatemala Cabo, Kylie Bush, starting the Ramsdale of Angelo State.
Welcome back for the final time to Emporia State University. This is the end of the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. It has been a great weekend of track and field. It's been a pleasure to watch these athletes compete. Lots of smiles out there. Lots of individual trophies have been given away. All we have left now is the team trophy presentations to go. And we'll let our natural sound PA take that over for you. But we just want to take the opportunity to thank you for watching along with us. We know that true track fans are not just tuning in to watch their own athletes, but they just want to be able to follow everything. And if you're watching this not live, but just catching up with your events, or if you're even an athlete who competed and now you're going back to watch your race, we appreciate the efforts that all of you have put out. Can never say enough about the athletes and the coaches and the fans of track and field. We want to thank Emporia State for putting on a great meet. They have been great hosts here. We'll see them again in 2 years. Of course, next year, once again, we'll be back to Pueblo, Colorado. We'd like to wish all of our athletes good luck with their future, whether it is on the track or in field events, or they are graduating and moving on. We wish everybody a safe trip home. And as you see now, just individual teams taking pictures. That was Angelo State. They were those 4x400 meter relay champions. They don't want to leave that podium. They are just all smiles gathering those trophies up. Maybe they expected to win, but somewhat of an unexpected championship for Angelo State. So we really just have the team trophies to present, and you can see the teams know who they are, so they're gathering down there near the field. And you hear the PA calling for the top 4 teams, so we'll sign off now. We'll let PA handle the top presentation of our team awards.
The merch trailer is still open on the southwest end of the facility here, just outside of the facility. The merch facility, again, still open for business here. And folks, before we move on with the awards, I did want to give a special shout out to our Emporia organizing committee, consisting of Colleen Mischke, Steve Roadcap, the athletic director here at Emporia, that is David Stafford, and President Ken Hoop. Thank you to all of them for their efforts here to bring the championship to an effective operation in Emporia.
Let's get the competing athletes first.
And so, fans, if you want to direct your attention to the orange podium, we will start with the recognition on the men's side of the competition in 2024. We will do recognition for our top 4 teams at the Outdoor Track and Field Championship. We will start with our 4th place team with a grand total of 42 points. The Lions of Missouri Southern. Congratulations. Coach Shining and the Lions now mounting the podium. Big coming from them in the throws this weekend. 9 in the shot put, 15 in the discus, 10 in the hammer, 2 in the javelin, 4 in the pole vault, and 2 in the 110 hurdle. A strong field-based and throws-based squad on the podium.
It's okay. You don't smell that bad.
It's hard to get up.
Oh my God. Yes. You and your
Oh yeah. Here, what we call it for you?
And that finishes in 3rd place with a total of 50 points. It is the Lions of Harding. A great team effort there for Harding. They scored 6 in the 400, 3 in the 5K, 8 in the 10,000, 6 in the 110.
5 in the high jump, 10 in the pole vault, 6 in the long jump, and 6 in the decathlon. A well-rounded unit for Coach Don D. Hood and the squad.
Did you get both of them?
Do what? Oh, no, I think that's only one. What are you going to stick that on? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe put it in there.
Is it real sticky on the back? That's what I was thinking. Somehow we could just put it on something and bring it to the office. I have a poster of Marissa.
And now, finishing as the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's Outdoor Track and Field National Runner-Up Team in second place with 64 points. The Bucks of West Texas A&M. A very well-rounded crew there. They scored 10 points in the 4x1. They put up 10 in the 100, 10 in the 1500, 8 in the 5,000, 10 in the 10,000, 8 in the high jump, 8 in the long jump. Doing it across all of the events. Coach Stewart and the squad mounting the podium there as the runners-up in 2024. And folks, here it is, your 2024 NCAA Division II Men's Outdoor Track and Field champions with a grand total of 78 points. The Gorillas of Pittsburgh State. 4 in the 4x1, 8 in the 4x4, 5 in the 100, 10 in the 200, 1 in the 400, 9 in the 1500, 10 in the 110, 5 in the long jump, 16 in the triple jump, and 10 in the decathlon. Congratulations to the Gorillas of Pittsburgh State, Coach Rutledge, and the squad on the podium. And there they are, folks, again, the Gorillas of Pittsburgh State. Congratulations, 78 points on the board. Third time the check.
Oh, yeah.
Over there? By the water? Oh, okay. That is very small.
You're done with that? Yeah, we could go. What?
There is. Right at the end.
I don't want to, mess with the trying to get it done.
Because once we're done, we also have to clean up all the cables, right?
It'll take just a moment to clean up the award, Jerry.
Yeah, you guys will have to tell me which cables go where.
That was 4 days ago, dude. I don't remember.
Probably like, because I know like cables like those are ours, right? The yellow ones and black ones, the ones that are taped. Okay. Yeah, pretty sure once we're done, they should be coming down and be like, you show us which one to take off and everything. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna take the first things from this camera into the bag, and then everything else. All right, what's next up?
I'm glad the washer is down here. They still have any shoot things?
Oh, okay.
They still have any shoot things?
Yeah, they're still shooting. Yeah, they even said that I was speaking, that they couldn't even speak. I was like, but I had the mic on. That's weird. Oh, it's probably the microphone.
And now we'll move on to the women's team award. Finishing in fourth place with a team point total of 39.5 points. Grand Valley State. Grand Valley State scoring 39.5 points. Of that, 32 taking the throws as the throwers put in the shot put, discus, and hammer. Grand Valley State and Jerry Baltus. Jerry Baltus.
I got it.
Finishing third place with a team total of 44 points. Jack Boyd and the team from Adams State. Pardon me. Azusa Pacific in third place with 44 points. 4 points in the 4x1, 5 points in the 4x4, 8 points in the 100 hurdle, 6 in the high jump, 10 in the long jump, 5 in the shot put, and 6 in the half line. Again, Jack Boyd and Azusa Pacific. And finishing in second place with a team total of 72 points. The team from Adams State. Adams State with David Martin, 72 points. 13 points in the 800, 17 in the 1500, 14 points in the 5K, 6 points in the 10K, 18 points in the steeplechase. And once again, 68 of their 72 points coming in the 3 in the distance events. 2024 NCAA Women's Outdoor Track and Field National Champions with a team total of exactly 100 points from Pittsburgh State. Congratulations to Kyle Edwards and Pittsburgh State. Pittsburgh State scoring very evenly across the division with 8 points in the 4x1, 3 points in the 4x4, 6 points in the 100, 5 points in the 200, 4 points in the 800, 12 points in the high jump, 14 points in the pole vault, 7 in the long jump, 18 in the triple jump, 2 in the hammer throw, 10 in the javelin throw, and 11 points in the pentathlon for exactly 100 points. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2024 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championship. On behalf of the NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Track and Field Committee and Employee State University, we thank you for your attendance and support of the championships.